Appears as though we are live. So welcome to the regular meeting of council for Tuesday, March the 2nd. I'll call the meeting to order and look to admin to see if the agenda has any changes.
No, there are no changes from administration.
Great, thank you. So I'll move that the agenda be approved as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried unanimously. The first item of business on today's agenda are two public hearings. The first being for Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2020-19, which is Three Sisters DC District Site 5. And I'll look to administration to speak to that.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So I'm going to give a quick overview of the application, which is now a bylaw, which is Bylaw 2020-19. And this is for a proposed land use bylaw amendment at the Gateway at Three Sisters. And that is what the name of it is being called now. This is the subject site. It is outlined in red. It's adjacent to the Trans-Canada Highway and to the east of Three Sisters Boulevard. That land is some of the very last lands to be developed in the Stewart Creek Area Structure Plan area. There's a little bit of land in Site 4 across the highway, or sorry, across the boulevard. But this is pretty much the last of the lands to be developed. And so the purpose of the Land Use Bylaw Amendment is to amend the current Land Use Bylaw 2018-22. And it's for that site to take it from DC districts, Site B and 2B and Site 5. And it proposes to change the lands from 2 TSGD, R3 SC1, PD, and Environmental District. This is the current zoning that I'm showing. So there is already a large portion of the site which is already zoned TSGD. The applicant is looking to change some of these boundaries as well as add in some zoning for the residential uses as well as municipal reserve and environmental reserve. This is what the proposed zoning looks like. So it is a bit different than the current zoning, even though a lot of the site is already zoned. The other purpose of the bylaw is to add some uses to the TSG district. These are proposed as discretionary uses, and they include a brewery, distillery, drive-in, drive-through food services, and light manufacturing. The other purpose of the bylaw is to delete Site 5 from the direct control district, as all of the lands would no longer be zoned Site 5 anymore. This is a concept plan illustrating the proposed development, which would occur subject to approvals of subdivision and development permits. This is just conceptual at this stage, and we are currently working with the applicant through the process of a subdivision application. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'll look to municipal clerk. No, now we're doing public verbal submissions. So I understand there's 3 that have registered to speak at the public hearing. And in no particular order, I'll ask Mr. Lequelnik, who's here, I believe, to speak in favor. If Mr. Lequelnik could go live.
Yes, good morning, Mayor. How are you today? And good morning, Council. I'll be brief in my remarks today. I put in a short written submission, and I have 2, I think, probably best classified as suggestions I'd like to make for this development area. The first one is I have some concern about fire hall facilities up in the Three Sisters area. And I know you're moving the station over to Palliser. And I know there are plans down the road for a fire station in Three Sisters. But the time horizon on that, as in my understanding, is probably close to 10 years. So my first suggestion for this site would be that the council talk with the developer and look at the possibility of a much shorter time frame for getting a fire hall facility, and that this location, which I think has probably got good access, be considered for fire hall services for this area. The second suggestion I'd like to make to council is there's a significant amount of land being developed here in the concept. So we have retail, we have office space, and ultimately we have some residential. This is a fairly big commercial development for Three Sisters. And my suggestion would be that council work with the developer and possibly even with residents in the area to look at what type of uses are going to ultimately be put in place here. What type of stores and shops are we going to attract? What type of businesses and office spaces? Possibly can we use this for educational purposes? I think it would be very sad if this facility got started and took another 10 years to develop. If we're going to do something that's commercial and commercially viable in Three Sisters, let's go at it aggressively. Let's decide what we'd really like to see in there, and let's go after the types of businesses and institutions that we think can make that corner of Three Sisters successful. I know town is looking to have some good successful commercial space. It helps with the sustainability of all the residential development. So I think we need to not let the process go as normal, put some space up, see who's interested. I think we need to be deliberate about who we go after and have a team of people put together to go after and attract the tenants necessary to make this successful. And that's essentially my two suggestions for today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lekwalnik. I would note in the question of fire stations, it's actually the town of Canmore's planning that would inform the timing and location of fire halls. And as you've no doubt seen the fairly substantive planning that took place over the last 2 or 3 years around new fire hall planning. And there certainly has been a site identified at the interchange area for a fire hall. At this point, council's supporting moving forward with the first fire hall in the Palliser. And the very involved studies show that location would be very good for servicing all parts of Canmore. But certainly in the future, as Three Sisters builds out, if that should happen, then the fire hall plan does call for a second fire hall in that area. And but as I note, that's entirely a town of Canmore planning issue.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think anything that could be done to accelerate it. I mean, I watched many years ago as my neighbor's house burnt to the ground in there. We've had several large fires in there. We have gone for a forested type development. You know, if anything can be done to accelerate the timing, that would be my suggestion. And if you have a site, great. But I think the sooner the better. There's a lot of wood frame construction, a lot of trees up there.
Great. Thank you very much for that comment, and I will take your observation to heart. And thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you for the time.
I'll now ask Steve DeKaiser to speak, and I understand Mr. DeKaiser is here to speak in opposition.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm correctly in opposition, but I'm just concerned about the residential rezoning. This Stewart Creek Area Structure Plan was approved in 2004, and the Gateway District, the commercial district, was supposed to be developed in the middle of the phasing, oops, I'm trying to share my screen here. There we go. Is that visible? I'm still a little bit,
It says you started screen sharing, but I don't, there you go. Yeah.
you see the map?
Yes.
So this is the phasing map, the staging map from the Stewart Creek area structure plan. So the Gateway District was supposed to be stage 4 and 4B. However, what we have built in the yellow, stage 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, and 8, all residential. And I'm suggesting that prior to zoning this last parcel, as Ms. Vatenko said, this is the last lands within, oh boy. Anyway, I hope everybody's still there.
Yeah, we're all here listening.
Okay. I can't see anybody, but that's all right. These are the last lands in the Stewart Creek area. There's also another, in 2004, there was also a commitment made to 400 units. Here it is. This is from an appendix, and there are guidelines. But there was a commitment made for Three Sisters, recognized a townwide allocation of 800 PAH and employee housing. Three Sisters allocation between the Resort Center and Stewart Creek, 400 units, perpetually affordable housing and employee housing. We have seen none of that. So I would really strongly encourage council before rezoning that site for residential, because once it's rezoned, it's likely to be developed before the gateway. This is a little bit strange. I'm trying to get my images back, but whatever.
Excuse me, Mr. De Keyser, you might have to stop sharing that one and then share a new one. That might be what you need to do.
Okay, yeah, I think I've shared that one. Thanks for the advice. There's also further correlation between the resort center and staging of growth. This again is the Stewart Creek area structure plan. Policies talking about zoning, providing employee housing for the resort center. So there are a number of those connections that were committed to in 2004, none of which have been followed up yet to date. And I think if council rezones that residential parcel, we're likely to see that residential built before we see commercial in the gateway. Does council have options? I think you do. I've discussed this potential option with several of you. Because of zoning in R3 SC1, the residential zoning has a minimum density of 30 units per hectare. Is that showing up? Anyway, the Municipal Government Act requires 15% rather than 10% municipal reserve. So I think there's an opportunity there to negotiate part of that 15% from municipal reserve to lands that would be donated to the town or Canmore community housing for perpetually affordable housing. Finally, and sorry, is this visible? Future ASPs? Okay.
We see the map with the yellow and blue.
Oh, anyway, for future area structure plans, given what we've seen in the last 16 years at Stewart Creek, conceptual phasing, such as was approved here, has ended up getting ignored for the sake of marketability for residential. So I think
Excuse me, Mr. De Keyser, I wanted to give you a 5-minute time check.
Okay, I'm done. Happy to address questions.
there any questions from members of council for Mr. DeKaiser? Seeing none, thanks very much for being here today to speak to council. I believe there's one other speaker registered to speak, Ms. Henderson, Tracy Henderson. I'm not sure if you're speaking in a neutral position, or perhaps you could share that with us. Ms. Henderson?
Sure. Okay, thank you. I didn't know how to qualify my remarks because in general, I'm in favor, and I'm happy to see this bylaw amendment coming forward to finally get the commercial development in Three Sisters. But I really think it can be strengthened, and that's why I wanted to speak with you today. I want to remind you, this goes back to 2004, as you know, with the Stewart Creek Area Structure Plan, and where they promised 350,000 square feet of commercial and anticipated that would be built out within 10 years, i.e. by 2014. And as Mr. DeKaiser already alluded to, we were told the gateway commercial would happen in the middle of the development of Three Sisters. However, today we've got virtually all of the residential development in Stewart Creek is finished, and we're only just hopefully getting started on the gateway. So not only are we way behind, or are they way behind with this commercial development, but this has cost us, the taxpayer, money, because the town just hasn't got the commercial tax revenues that were predicted with the development scenario we were originally given. And I must admit, even with this current scenario, I remain cautiously optimistic, but we've heard many empty promises from Three Sisters in the past. We have no resort center, we have no wellness spa, we didn't get gateway commercial in the middle of Stewart Creek development. So I think we need to be a bit cautious. When I listened to Mr. Ohlenberger's presentation at first reading, I carefully wrote down his wording. They have tentative plans to proceed forward in mid-March, and they're hoping to work with the grocery store. Nothing's set in stone yet. Their anticipated build out is 4 to 5 years. Let's hope they're a little more accurate this time around. But I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. But this legacy of unfulfilled promises of residential development proceeding far ahead of any commercial development has really cost the town and we, the taxpayers, money. And I just don't think we can afford to continue to let this happen. So what I'd like to see as a change, or in addition to this bylaw, is that they not be allowed to build any residential within this gateway development, excluding employee housing, but that they not be allowed to build any residential component until the commercial is built. There's some incentive for them to really follow through for us. Second area of concern is affordable housing and employee housing. Since 2004 in Stewart Creek alone, they've built 717 residential units. There's going to be another 175 to be added with this gateway project, bringing it to a total of 892. So when gateway is finished, we'll have basically almost 900 residential units, and not a single, not one PAH or vital home has been provided by Three Sisters. In this day and age, I find that pretty unacceptable. So I'd like to see an amendment that ensures that land be provided to the town or PAH units be built that comprise, I mean, I think it's realistic to ask for 20 to 25% of the total residential units in this development be for that purpose. I'm really glad to see them building employee housing and not worsening the problem we have in town. But again, given this developer's history in the Valley, I'd love to see an amendment that ensures that employee housing is built in a specified time relative to when the commercial is built. I just don't think we can afford to give TSMV any wiggle room, because they've shown us their they're shrewd business people and they'll take an opportunity.
Point of
Next.
order, Your Worship, point of order.
Councillor McCallum.
Yes, I'm just like to point out that the applicant should be speaking to the resident should be speaking to the application and not to the character of the applicant. That is not something that is up for council to discuss or to determine. We are here to discuss and to determine and to hear from the public about the application itself, not about the history or not lack of history of the applicant.
Thank you, Councillor. Ms. Henderson, Councillor McCallum is right.
Okay, let me rephrase this then. I think this application needs to be tightened up, or this bylaw, to ensure that we see commercial development ahead of residential, and that we see some perpetually affordable housing or vital homes addition. And in so doing, we protect our taxpayers and people in the valley of low income. And that ends. Thank you for your time. Sorry if I overstepped what I was supposed to say, but I think this is a really important issue.
No, that's
to
great.
guide us on.
Thank you for being here to speak today to this bylaw. I will note that just you'd suggested that there'd been no PAH units or vital home units built in the Three Sisters lands, but there are quite a number. In fact, I was just speaking 2 weeks ago with a young woman who was born and raised in Canmore who was thrilled to tell me about her new PAH unit she had just moved into in Stewart Creek. So there are a number of PAH units that have been developed over the years on the Three Sisters lands. So we're just making that note.
Okay, I appreciate, I guess, to clarify my comments, the individual units in some of the developments to date are other developers who have provided those. And that leaves a little bit of there's not as much certainty that they will get developed. And then of course the Mountain Haven, I think that's what it's called on Durgas Gate, that was a land swap. So that wasn't land from Three Sisters given to the town. It was in swap. So yes, there's units out there. I just think we should try whenever we can to ensure there's more entrenched in the bylaws that we get these units.
Okay, thanks very much for sharing your opinion. And I don't think there's any others who have registered to speak. So I'll look to the municipal clerk to read into the record the names of anybody who's provided written submissions.
Yes, thank you. So we have submissions from Jim Bell, Ben Davis, Jamie Finley, Danny Finn, Leslie Laquelinic, apologies for the pronunciation of that, Ian O'Donnell, Dave Riley, Dean Smolich, Neil Tanner, Michael Felicities, Kay Anderson, Karsten Hewer, Garrett Brown, Tracy Henderson, and Steve DeKaiser.
Could we have a breakdown on whether those letters were in support or opposed or in a neutral position? Is that clear?
Absolutely. I'll just start from the top again. In favor, we have Jim Bell, pardon me, Ben Davies, Jamie Finley, Danny Finn, Leslie Laquelinic, Ian O'Donnell, Dave Riley, Dean Smolich, Neil Tanner, and Michael Velicities. In a neutral position, we have Kay Anderson and Karsten Hewer. Conditional, we have Garrett Brown and Tracy Henderson. And opposed, we have Steve DeKaiser.
Sorry, what was the last name?
Steve DeKaiser.
Oh, Steve, right. Okay, thank you very much. I'll look then to the applicant for final comments. Mr. Rollenberger.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll simply say, I think that we are obviously in favor of the application. We believe that we provided some good rationale for some smart changes and adjustments within the Gateway District. Couple notes I'd make is that one of the speakers earlier on talked about a 15% MR allocation. That actually is no longer in the MGA. It's not a tool available in Alberta anymore. That density extra was removed a few years ago by a different government. So that might be a bit of a challenge. But that all said, our focus is on the commercial. I think you're aware that we had to say that we were tentative and we're hoping to get started because, of course, that condition is contingent on a council approval. We cannot predispose a council approval upon that. But should we seek and obtain the approval we're looking for this morning, we certainly have tenancies ready to go, people that are interested, including educational mixes, restaurants, local retailers, a grocery store, a couple of gas station options. So it's looking very promising and very active. I do understand the concern with respect to timing of residential. If you look at the map where, maybe Tracy could put that back on the screen if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Watenko, you'll notice that it's at the back of the development. So every single road and every single utility actually has to be constructed up front first. So from a logical sequencing point of view, it doesn't really work for us to drag all those utilities and all that roadworks. And we're spending actually quite a bit of time with the town of Canmore refining bike lanes, pedestrian pathways, and making this a cycle-friendly spine road that you see in gray there. To drag that up the hill just for a residential parcel doesn't actually make economic sense. Our focus, and this is a hold project for this current ownership of Three Sisters, which has actually only been in place for 8 years. There's been 4 different ownerships in the past, but this ownership wants to do the hold position here in Gateway. They're very excited about it. They're invested personally in it. They finally see that it's time and they have enough base around them. There's enough rooftops to support the retail and they're excited to get going. That's it for my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available to answer them. Thank you for putting that up, Tracy.
Thank you, Mr. Hollenberger. Are there any questions at this time from council for Mr. Hollenberger? Councillor Comfort.
It's my understanding, Mr. Oldenburger, that the Three Sisters Corporation is going to hold part of the ownership of that development. Is that true? And rent and lease it?
That is true. Three Sisters is keeping the commercial aspects of this development. They would sell the residential portion to another builder, typical with what they do with residential parcels, but they are keeping the commercial portion.
And can I ask a second question, Your Worship?
You bet.
So we've heard a lot about the PAH and employee housing. What are Three Sisters' plans for that in this development?
I know that Jessica has put some time into that, so maybe I could defer to Jessica if you don't mind, Councillor Comfort.
Sure.
Go ahead, Ms. Carpat.
Thank you, Councillor Comfort. So for this location, there are anticipated about 200 beds of employee housing that Three Sisters Mountain Village is planning for in this location. Those commitments are also outlined in the area structure plan applications as commitments and tied to phasing. So there are guarantees that this will be built. However, with regards to this application, there is a commitment that it will be built. And if Tracy can put up that concept plan once again, you can see the brown buildings where that employee housing is committed to be built. Further to some comments made by and questions made by those who made submissions today, there are a number of policies within the area structure plan, and the policies within the area structure plan actually outline a preference for entry-level housing over PAH and EH at the time. There was a 25% requirement for ELH within the area structure plan, and if PAH or EH was not provided. So Three Sisters has aligned to the policies outlined within the area structure plan.
Thanks for that additional detail, Jessica. I guess one additional detail I'll add to that is one of the speakers talked about table 1 in an appendix of the Stewart Creek Area Structure Plan and referred to a number of 400 that is actually the total allocation for the entire project when those two area structure plans were done, the 2004 Resort Center and 2004 Stewart Creek. It wasn't just into one area structure plan. And so as Mayor Borman correctly pointed out, there actually is PAH units scattered throughout Three Sisters. And it was always the intent that as parcels were developed, i.e. when development permits were submitted, that would be when the actual applications and unit counts and things like that could be undertaken. I hope that answers your questions, Councillor Comfort.
It does. Thank you very much.
Councillor McCallum, you had a question.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you for your presentation, everyone. Mr. Ollenberger, so just to carry on with what you were explaining to us earlier, is it your expectation then that because the employee housing, so you said brown buildings, there's 2 shades of brown on that map.
Oh, if we
So
could.
are we looking at the light brown?
Darker, I believe, but Tracy, I'm sorry to ask, would you mind throwing that back up on the screen? Thank you for doing that. So, oh, sorry, it's the lighter ones, 10, 11, 12.
Okay, so that's the way the employee housing will go. Yeah. So you're basically have alluded, but you haven't actually said outright that you will be building TSMB will be developing the residential, the commercial and the employee housing first, yes, before moving on to the housing in the rear of the, I guess it's, the rear of the parcels. Is that something that you have an issue with putting into this bylaw amendment?
So if I could clarify what I did in my earlier answers, I said is it wouldn't make sense to drag the spine road up to do just that R3 SC1 parcel. It's not economic. Our current actual plan is that it's probable, I can't control a future purchaser's timing, but from their indications, from the people we're talking to, it's probable that the residential and the commercial will actually occur concurrently. The commercial might beat it slightly, but I suspect it's more of a concurrent construction program.
And then how do we receive a surety to that?
Well, I think that while I understand the concerns and the history from previous ownerships of Three Sisters and of course the financial crisis of the US that occurred in the middle of all that, we really can't get to the residential until we build the road. So while not perhaps the subject of a land use, maybe I could describe it as sequencing, that might help. So we have to build all of the underground utilities and all the roadway networks and things like that. Although we've been discussing with the town of Canmore some of the staging of those road networks to make sure that we're bringing utilities and a couple of other engineering considerations on at the same time. Because of that, the retailers in, I can't quite read the numbers, but the larger building where the grocery store is, the smaller one just to the north-hand side, number 13, which is next to the pond, and number 8, they've all indicated that they would like to see their ability to submit development permits this fall, but they also want to see rooftops up in that R3 SC1 as part of their potential promises. So I get a little bit stuck there in that if council says, okay, go ahead with the commercial and we'll get back to you on the residential, then some of the tenancies will go, well, now you've taken away some of those rooftops that were going to be there we're planning on. So I kind of get in that chicken and egg scenario a little bit. It's also providing the zoning in this area provides the certainty of what will be in this area to all those tenancies, right? So if you left it as, let's just leave it as DC Site 5 and we'll get back to you later, it doesn't provide that sense of, well, what will be up there? And they'll have some concern about that, right? So as you likely know, Councillor McCallum, council is in control of development through the subdivision process and the development permit process. So you'll be able to see some of this stuff happening on the ground this year, like knock on wood, should council approve the zoning applications that we presented today.
So when you say the roofs, I'm sorry, I feel like rooftops, what do you mean by rooftops? So they just want to make sure that they see the residential that's near the commercial that sort of feeds off of each other. Is that what you mean?
That is correct. So some of the tenancies. Yeah, sorry, I
that's okay.
Rooftops so that people could follow along, but Yes, they are looking to make sure that some future customers are at the top of the hill in short order, because some of the tenancies that we've got have known the type of development that's at the top of that hill and the location and how they're going back and forth. They're basically walking and bicycling and perhaps driving too, let's be honest, through all those stores to get home. So they're sort of banking some of their business plan on that aspect.
Right. So would there be ability then to write in then instead sort of, I understand like you want to have your commercial and then you want to look at residential and you want to sort of, is there an ability to, you use the word sequencing, but still sort of some micro sequencing that could occur? So, you know, as you're building the road through, you know, you're going to do some commercial and then some residential, and you have to provide so much commercial in residential within the first phase before you can move on to the second phases of the sequencing. Is that something that could do? It's almost like a leapfrog back and forth I see in my mind. And I'm wondering if that's something possible to write into the bylaw.
You know, obviously, technically, some things are always possible. I don't disagree with that. But I am concerned about that because some of the tenancies that we're getting, like we had planned on basically doing the north side of the Spine Road first. That's where we're going first. And then the buildings that are labeled 2A, 6, 7, 9 would kind of be second. And then third would be the 10, 11, 12. And fourth, as time kind of goes on, is those pink buildings. But what we're seeing in the activity is not as nicely parcelized like that. And so I don't want to tell a tenancy, yeah, sorry, we're not ready for you in building 15 because, you know, it's in a phase that we can't develop yet because we're doing this leapfrog pattern, for example. And it starts to really impact the potential for tenancies if you have that kind of scheduling implication. I would also say that some of the residential builders that we've been talking to at the top of the hill, and we've got a couple of very interested one. We're close with one, and I can't disclose the names this time because that's active, along with all the tenancies that we got going. They are also quite dependent on being able to get going concurrently, because what they don't want is to have construction traffic driving, you know, kind of into their area. And vice versa, we've had several comments within the draft leasing documents from the grocery store saying they don't want construction traffic for the residential pod driving back and forth up the Spine Road after they're open. So we're sort of getting a lot of tug and pull from a lot of tenancies. They're quite concerned because there really is only one way, one out. Generally, there's fire exits and things, but they don't want to see trades going up the hill with loads of lumber, concrete trucks, all this stuff. They're trying to minimize the amount of time in which there's disruption from construction activity onto their actual business at hand. And so we can stage the commercial part south of the road a little bit, and we can provide alternative access, but there really is no alternative access to that residential part. And our preference would be that that construction occurs concurrently with the first phase as much as possible so that we rip the Band-Aid and the pain is over with from a construction perspective.
If I may add to that, Councillor McCallum, this is TSGD is a standard commercial district that applies to Three Sisters or is used for Three Sisters Mountain Village lands. We are also hoping to apply this district to future commercial areas should council allow for that. If we change or make an amendment to this district for specific to this parcel, then it no longer is a standard commercial district applied to Three Sisters lands. It becomes more like a direct control district.
Gotcha. Yeah, I just think I'm just trying to listen to the concerns of the public. And as you know, everyone's really excited for this commercial to come in. And we really, I think people just don't want to see it jeopardized by the lure of residential. So
I understand that concept. It's an understandable thing. I would, I think, reiterate that we should be, as you noted, judging the application, but the applicant itself actually is not responsible for 17 years of track history, right? This ownership group has actually only been around since 2013. And so to talk about timing concerns and look what's happened over 17 years when there was a US fiscal crisis and stuff like that, in a different ownership, I'm sort of struggling with carrying that burden on this application for this applicant.
Okay.
And I would just respond that it actually, for me, it's not about a particular
Okay.
applicant. It's actually, it's a theme within construction as a whole, or within development as a whole. It's
Makes
not
sense.
about one particular.
I think Councillor Sanford had a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you for your presentation. I had a question for you about second story development on your commercial. I understand that it's difficult to put a second story on some of the larger spaces like the grocery store and possibly on the gas bar, but you have a few buildings there, 6, 7, and 9. What would be the potential of putting a second story on some of those smaller retail spaces that you're proposing in this commercial?
So we are planning on doing at least a second story and more on 10, 11, and 12, for example. So, you know, it's anticipated the bottom would be commercial and the parts above would be some of the employee housing that Jessica described earlier on. The potential is definitely there with buildings, say like 6, 7, 9. Obviously, the grocery store and the configuration is just too big, really, to make that kind of effective thing. And how do you get the fire exits? They're a little particular in their floor plate. That's why you don't see very many of them, except in very high value land parcels in which that type of construction can be accommodated. Some of the other considerations, some of the buildings, their cooling and heating and stuff like that, it's a little bit disconnected. Mixed use is a complicated thing, so it has not been excluded from the plan, but we actually do need to have viable tenancies that are willing to live above retail. Now, that could be offices, it could be dentists, could be doctors. Although I will say dentists and doctors usually fight second floor because they want to be on the main floor and easy access and all those good things like that. So they have preferences. We have not eliminated the opportunity to do so. In fact, we're planning on doing it in 10, 11, 12 as we're talking now. And whether it comes to pass on the other buildings, we just don't know yet. But I do know it won't happen on the gas bar and grocery store to you, probably.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you've got some larger retail spaces that there's a lot of rooftop HVAC, et cetera, that has to be accommodated. But is that something that you could consider as you go along? Because ultimately we're going to run out of land here in Canmore, and there have been a couple of opportunities for us to put second stories on existing buildings, and it's too expensive and it's too cumbersome. So if you actually build that second story and fill it with tenants, there's lots of opportunities for people to have second story type businesses, and we see that in Bow Meadows Industrial Park, and a number of places around Canmore that do have second and third stories of retail and also workspaces. So when will you make those considerations? I mean, it's easy to build a one-story building, but it's not going to last for 25 or 40 years like a building should.
Understood. So I think I'm going to let Jessica add one point I know she wants to add here in a half a second. So we do have to be cautious that while it's like, here's an opportunity to add more density, the logistics of transportation in and out do somewhat constrain the ability of the site to host as many people as we want, right? There is that physical constraint from a transportation point of view as well. While we're obviously encouraging the biking, the walking, there is going to be a transit stop by building 2A and things like that. The reality is there's still also going to be truck deliveries, cars, visitors, tourists. So the transportation capacity will at some point say, this is as much as we can go in terms of accommodating people. But Jess, you had another point?
Yes, thank you for that. Councillor Sanford, we are also capped in 2 ways through the area structure plan policy. We are capped with a limit of 350,000 square feet of commercial development. And we are also limited with regards to how many units of residential can be allowed within the entire area structure plan area. So if further or second story development is something that council is looking for, there are those two caps that we are working with within the area structure plan that we need to pay attention to as previous council direction.
And what about parking? Is parking a consideration?
Parking is a consideration. I'm sure because of the sustainable transportation policies, the town of Canmore would be willing to consider a number of relaxations. However, commercial development does need parking, especially if, you know, people who are going to go get their groceries, people need to load things into their cars, that sort of thing. So there needs to be a balance between kind of the sustainable transportation objectives to achieve the modal split and accommodating sufficient parking for a commercial development.
The parking aspect has been a discussion with some of the tenancies. Like if you were to ask some of the tenants, they would say this site is underparked from their ideal point of view. I don't necessarily share that assessment of it, but I understand their preferences. But we have explained to them and showed them how Canmorites are already embracing more and more bike, walking, good stuff like that, using Roman transit. And so they like the connections that are within this site, you know, such as the one that you see heading up to the Stewart Creek area. There's a pathway connection proposed in that brighter green aspect labeled PD. But there isn't much more room for parking. You can see it. We pretty much kind of used up most of the spaces of land. And I don't think underground parking would be economically viable at the lease rates that we think would be competitive and reasonable for people in Canmore.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sanford or Seeley.
Can I have the applicant take a look at the R3 residential zone again and just clarify the affordable housing component? What I'm kind of looking for is a vital component of 10 to 15%, and entry level housing has been a problem in the past, and I understand that that's also an opportunity. If you can just speak to maybe some possible amendments or a direction that you'd be comfortable with.
So thank you for the question. I'm going to defer part of it to Jessica. Similar to an earlier answer, this R3 SC1 district is actually a standard district within the town of Canmore. It's not a DC. And so there needs to be some care and thought before trying to amend a standard district. That's a different can of worms because you're starting to actually impact other parcels beyond just this application. But I'll also note that just to the south of this exact parcel, R3 SC1, this zoning has been used quite successfully in Stewart Creek Phase 2, for example. And the parcel just at the top of the hill built by a local Canmore builder did incorporate perpetually affordable housing specifically because they have the exact same zoning on that parcel, R3 SC1. But Jess, maybe you could go into the details a bit more on the bylaw itself, if that's all right.
Thanks for that question, Councillor Seeley. R3SC1 does outline 25% entry-level housing within the bylaw as kind of the minimum requirement. And absolutely, I understand that entry-level housing has not met the needs that town is seeing for affordable housing within Canmore. There is provision within the policy of Stewart Creek to lower the 25% requirement if PAH, Vital Homes, is provided within the development. So there is ability at development permit for the development authority to work with the applicant and make those requests.
And this is exactly what happened in a recent project. Hope it's okay. I'll just say Lookout Ridge. That's exactly what occurred, right? They brought in a development permit and they lowered the entry level part and increased the PAH part as part of their application.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there further questions from members of council? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Mr. Ollenberger, could you comment on the timing of the turbo roundabout that will be servicing this area?
Yeah, absolutely. So We're currently considering that an off-site project, and we've had to decouple it somewhat because Three Sisters Parkway and that road leading from the interchange off the Trans-Canada is under the jurisdiction of Alberta Transportation as Highway 742. And so there's a little bit of a disconnect in the approval processes. And however, our plan, and we've been talking to the town of Canmore's engineering department, and I should note, full credit, this turbo roundabout was an idea and concept they brought forward to us during the pre-application stage last fall, asked us to explore it as they thought it had some benefits. And after mulling it over and thinking it through and believe me, having more than a few hard conversations with the grocery store tenant about it, we agree. This actually is a pretty neat and innovative solution and could do a lot of really cool things. So this will be the second in Canada. There is one by the Victoria Airport. It's only a one-legged turbo. This one is two, but two in terms of the notches and stuff. It's obviously got 5 legs of roads. But yeah, I think it's a really neat solution. It'll really slow down the traffic and make it safer for pedestrians and bikes to cross and stuff. With respect to the timing, we did get some comments very recently from Alberta Transportation that they are actually supportive of this concept, which was great news, I think, for both myself and Andy. They had some tweaks they'd like to see, but our plan is to build it concurrent with Gateway, because as you can see, the main entrance to Gateway is pretty much dependent on this roundabout. And so the roundabout will happen concurrently with it. We'll have to do a little bit of construction staging, erosion control, traffic control measures, and probably do it in pieces. So it will be a little bit ugly for a period of a couple months, I'm sure, while we're putting some pieces back together. Maybe even have to have temporary bypass in some areas. But our plan is that we would bring it on stream with the first phase of Gateway, because you can see the main road is connected directly to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there further questions from members of council? Seeing none, thank you both for being here to answer questions and speak to the issues.
Thank you for your time today.
And I will now look to administration for any final comments.
Great, thank you. I was wondering if there's any questions of council first before I potentially give any clarifications.
I wondered if you could speak a little bit about this question of putting phasing into the land use bylaw at this stage. My understanding is phasing is pretty much a ASP level planning tool. But is it possible or normal to include some sort of phasing direction within the bylaw itself?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Yeah, so phasing is something that we do employ through the area structure plan. Then we do control it through land use amendments. So it isn't typical to put in a land use district that one district can't develop until another district develops. So the proper way of doing phasing through land use would be to not rezone the residential at this point and wait until such time that council is comfortable with the phasing of the commercial before giving the residential rezoning.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of council for Ms. Wojtenko? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So Ms. Wojtenko, I note that we have 3 additional uses being added and discretionary in Schedule B. One of them is a drive-in, drive-through food service. What, I guess, because it's discretionary, and we've come to learn as a council over the last few years that it's at the discretion of what? So what would these items that are listed here, what would have administration determine not to grant that particular use, or to grant that particular use based on their discretion? How is that determined?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So often we use the direction from the area structure plan to give us that general direction. So for example, is that use appropriate in that area? Are there traffic considerations? Does it meet our pedestrian connection requirements? There's a whole bunch of things that we take into consideration to determine if that use should be allowed there or not. But generally the direction comes from higher level statutory plans.
Right, so statutory level. So I guess my question is, although we have drive-throughs throughout Canmore, I'm wondering from a pedestrian safety, and we've also seen in other communities where drive-throughs are completely overused. And I guess that's what my fear is with this drive-through being inserted here in the plan is that we're going to have long lineups of traffic through the Turbo roundabout, waiting to get through Tim Hortons on a Saturday morning to go to the ski hill. And I've seen it in my own hometown. I've seen it in Calgary. I've seen it happen. And so I guess I just want to know what administration would do to prevent something like that possibly occurring.
Sure, so that would be looked at development permit application to ensure that there would be adequate queuing and that it is in a proper location that can accommodate any traffic considerations. If it wasn't proposed that way, we weren't satisfied, that would be a reason for refusing a discretionary use.
Okay, thank you very much. It just came to me last night and I thought I would ask today. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. Are there questions for Ms. Wojtenko? Other questions for Ms. Wojtenko before she shares any comments that she may have with council? Councillor Sanford, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Ms. Wojtenko, what do you think about the addition of second stories on some of the retail spaces in this location, on the commercial?
Yeah, good question. Thank you. So the area structures plan and as well as the TSGD district both speak to mixed use buildings. Ms. Carpat already did comment on the fact that there is limited residential uses unit numbers allowed in this area. Without an amendment to the area structure plan to allow for more residential, we wouldn't be allowed to, with the addition of the R3SC district area, there really isn't more residential uses or units allowed to create that residential district or mixed use district, sorry. It would be two-story buildings that would be fully commercial or employee housing above. I think that two-story buildings would work in this area, depending on the type of use. So like you've mentioned, some uses may not be amenable to this, such as large format retail stores, as well as gas stations. I don't think you'd want to put an office on top of a gas station. So there's certain types of uses where it may not be reasonable, but quite a few, like for example, in our existing Gateway district in more downtown Canmore area or next to downtown, there's quite a few buildings there that are either mixed use or two-story with offices, professional services located above.
And so when the applicant brings the plans for these buildings, does planning work with them to sort of achieve the balance? Because I thought I heard that there's a cap on retail and also a cap on housing.
Yes, so we would have to work on that with the applicant to see what is, where the most reasonable places are to put that density and that gross floor area.
Okay, thank you.
There are other questions, Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Ms. Wojtenko, we heard from the applicant that that the staging for the development would happen through development permit. Is that correct? Did I understand that correctly?
It could occur through subdivision. So for example, right now we do have one subdivision application in front of us, and that is to create the commercial lots as well as one block of the residential. Depending on the type of residential that comes forward, there would likely be another subdivision application for the residential. We have not received that yet, so that would be one stage in the phasing. But through development permits, that would be issued. However, once an area is given zoning, so for example, the R3 SC1, if there's a permitted use and it has road access, utilities, we've given, essentially CCC or FAC. So we've said, yes, these utilities and this road is functional, and you can access the lot. Those permitted uses can get a development permit.
So there's really no way then for administration to be able to, through development permit, as opposed to through the land use, phase or leapfrog back and forth between the commercial and the residential.
No, it's a stage that would be controlled through actually rezoning the lands.
Okay,
And
so that's the
subdivision and
only way
servicing.
that we can ensure that is to not rezone the commercial right now, or for the resident.
That would be correct. I do believe in working through the subdivision application though with the applicant. There is a significant amount of work that's going to need to go in to provide servicing out to the residential area. I also don't think it's in their best interest to service all the way out to the residential and not build the commercial.
So from a development perspective through the town, that doesn't make sense then?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wojtanko, I understand that there's some keen interest from the University of Saskatchewan to build a facility, research, educational, sort of institutional facility in the Gateway District. I've had meetings over the last several years, and I understand that a part of their need would be some residential. Are you familiar with those discussions, or can you speak to that?
I'm not, sorry, no. I have not been party to those.
Mr. Sidhu?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I can speak to that. I've had many conversations with the University of Saskatchewan, and one of their main needs is to have areas where they can house some of their employees or potential researchers in a close proximity to this area. So they are very keen on actually having that residential built concurrently to their potential development. We cannot commit to anything at this time.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. Are there other questions this time for Ms. Wojtanko? Seeing none, Ms. Wojtanko, are there any comments that you would like to share with council before we bring this to a close?
Yeah, great. Thank you. There's a few points of clarification, really. I would suggest that the TSGD district, as it is written, isn't really a standard district. It is sort of designed more of a direct control district. There is a lot of wording in it such that applies to this site only. So the discussion of using it in future districts, I think would be applicable. However, I think this district does need some work to make it into a standard district. That was suggested to the applicant that we work through some of these statements that make it very applicable to this site only. So even though there are no other sites that are currently zoned TSGD, and so if you do choose to make any amendments to that district today or at future readings, note that it won't affect any current development. It would affect this site and potentially any future sites that would use the TSGD district. However, again, I will suggest that this district would need amendment to be used in other areas of town.
Thank you. Councillor Comfort, you have a question about that?
I do. If that's the case, Ms. Wojtanko, would it not be better to make its own direct control?
I mean, that would be something that council could suggest at future readings, is that the name of the district is changed from a TSGD and it's put into a direct control district. That is something that would be within the purview of council to do.
At future readings?
Yes, right now we're just in the public hearing, but at second or third reading, it's within council's purview to make motions to change the bylaw.
And do you anticipate further discussions with TSMV to bring this into some kind of conformity, some kind of standard, rather than having so many exceptions? It would be better as direct control.
That discussion was had at initial application with the applicant. Now that it has had first reading and public hearing, it's now a bylaw of council. So any changes to the bylaw need to come forward from council.
Thank you.
And so this is a DC district, though, land use bylaw 2020-19.
No, the district, this is an amendment to the existing land use bylaw. It is not a direct control district. It could be a standard district all over town,
right?
But it does not read that way.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's just one more clarification. There was a statement about Lookout Ridge getting a density bonus or reduction of entry-level housing. And it actually did get a density bonus, and it wasn't a reduction of entry-level housing. That's one further clarification. And that's all my clarifications.
Great, thank you for that. There's nothing more from council at this time. I'll close this public hearing and thank you all for attending, all of the three of you in the public section. And at this point, then we will go to the second public hearing, which is to address the Business Registry Bylaw Amendment 2021-01. And just as we did with the previous public hearing, I'll ask administration to present.
Yes, good morning, Mayor Borman and members of council, here for the public hearing in regards to Business Registry Bylaw Amendment 2021-01. And just a reminder that the Business Registry Bylaw is permitted under Municipal Government Act Part 2, Division 1, Section 8. It's an amendment of Bylaw 2015-02. And that was when it was last updated in 2015. And we have scheduled a public hearing as required due to some changes to Schedule A in the bylaw. So in the Business Registry Bylaw amendments, of course, we, as previously presented, removed language that is not gender neutral, clarified language, including descriptors that were missing or needed to align with the updates made to the land use bylaw, included busking and the appropriate enforcement language, removed the transfer of license as an option, as the workload associated with transferring between new owners is the same as creating a new license, and removed some red tape and process improvements so that we are reducing the workload associated with it, as some of these things are in the purview of other government agencies. One of the biggest one, again, is section 5.12, requiring the business owner to obtain the appropriate licenses through other departments before they can open up their door, like their AGLC license. Health inspector, they still can't open up unless they have those elements in place. But it's not for us to get copies of those documents. It's up to them to make sure that they have them in place. Otherwise, they will get shut down, and their tickets are far higher than what we would attach to them. If we do have concerns, we still have the option to ask them to provide proof of these documentations as per 5.13. And temporary licenses, are now you can show them digitally So if you're an out-of-town business, you don't have to carry one in your vehicle, or if you work on a construction site and bylaw comes by, that your employee could have a digital copy on their phone rather than having a hard copy in their truck. And then the changes to Schedule A as outlined is the inclusion of busking license fee, the same as a micro business, and then a minor adaptation to the temporary out-of-town licenses. As we found that people, when they needed a 3-month license midway through the year, we prorate the business annual license fee to 50%. And businesses that actually only needed a 4-month or a 5-month license would apply for an annual license, which required us to follow up and send out renewal notices when they actually didn't need that in the first place. So by including that, we hope to reduce some of that workload associated with sending out renewal notices when out-of-town businesses didn't need an annual license to begin with. As noted, the bylaw was reviewed with the members of the Canmore Business Association, which is the Chamber of Commerce, Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, Canmore Hotel and Lodging Association, Downtown BIA, and Bow Valley Chamber of Commerce, as well as BODA. And feedback was incorporated, and they have supported moving forward on this application. I will note that the first, second, and third reading will be brought to council in April, and as well with the accommodating busking policy, as with what's identified by the municipal clerk's office. We do need to make some amendments to the policy and some enforcement language so that they align with our transportation bylaw, as that was one area that was missing, and that's mainly with what we are collecting as a fine if somebody is operating or busking outside of the policy. And so minor tweak that will just be brought to council in April, or should anything else come out of the public hearing today. So that's it for my part of the public hearing.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Oh no, I'll hold questions until after the final administrative comments. I will look to public. Are there any public verbal submissions?
There are not, no.
Then would you please read into the record the names of any written submissions and whether they are in support or opposed or in a neutral position?
Yep, so we had 2 written submissions, both in favor, one from the Downtown Canmore Business Improvement Area and one from Ron Rempel.
Thank you. That brings us to the final administrative comments. I'm guessing you don't have any final comments, Ms. McLeod. So I will look to council to see if there are any questions of clarification for Ms. McLeod on this matter. And I see none, so this will be back for second reading, you said in April. All right. Thank you all. And with that, I'll close this public hearing. And moving on in the agenda now to approval of minutes. I'll look into the minutes of February 2nd, regular meeting of council. Are there errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move the minutes be adopted as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. Looking then to the meetings of the special meeting of council from Tuesday, February the 9th. Are there errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll move the minutes be approved as presented. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And this brings us then to item G1, which is the motion to give second and third reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2020-19, Three Sisters DC District.
Mayor Borrowman, sorry, you skipped over E1, business arising from the minutes, the
Right,
White Mountain.
I only flipped into through my calendar, and that's, my agenda, and there was no written in the agenda. E1, right you are. So we had the White Mountain Tours appear as a delegation at council not that long ago, and asked the council consider a pilot e-bike tour program on multi-use trails in Canmore. And as we noted at that time, this matter would come back before council at the next business meeting, which is today. And at this meeting, council has several options that are before us. We could either refer the request to administration or committee for further research, review and recommendation, or we can accept the request as information only, or we can make a decision on the request. And to that end, I do have a motion to put on the table. I believe Ms. Hyde has that motion as well to share.
I do, stand by.
And I will move that council refer the request from White Mountain Adventures for a pilot e-bike tour program on multi-use trails in Canmore to administration for review and recommendation, and that administration be directed to seek input from the Tourism Task Force before making a recommendation to council. And in speaking to this motion, I think it's really timely that a request such as this has come forward that is very directly linked to the work that the Tourism Task Force is doing. And I'm quite certain that the members of the task force would do a very good job of representing various perspectives within the community on this sort of an opportunity or request. Given the task force is a good broad section, a broad representation of the community across sectors. We have representation from people on the task force that are very involved with the tourism economy, and we have many members of the task force that are not at all involved with tourism as an economy and are there to bring their perspective as residents. I won't drag this on. I think it makes good sense to refer this to the Tourism Task Force through administration for their input. So that motion is on the table. I'll look for discussion on the motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I think this is an excellent recommendation. I think that I know that administration has been working with the Tourism Task Force and all its membership for several months now, and have had a chance to watch some of those online and seen some really excellent discussion and education occur. And I think that this is a really great opportunity to sort of now take all that education and understanding for a whirl and have this concept brought to the group for consideration. So I'd be happy to support this.
Further discussion on the motion? If there's none, I'll call the question. Those in favor and opposed? Motion carried unanimously. And now I'll move to item G1, which is the Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2020-19 for the Three Sisters DC District Site 5 that we were just discussing in the public hearing. So Ms. Wojtenko, come on back.
I seem to be having some issues. I think my voice is in. Oh,
Can hear you, yes.
there we
Can
go.
see you now.
I had to get let back in. So I don't have much of a presentation to go over because we just had one and the public hearing, but I do have a slide to put up with the recommendation that we are going to put forward to council. we go. So the staff recommendation today is that council give second and third reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2020-19, Three Sisters, and the bylaw itself is called Three Sisters DC District Site 5, but it is to amend the land use bylaw, the mapping, and the direct control district. I would also like to highlight that we did provide in the staff report an alternative analysis for council to consider, and that would be to table second and third reading, and that would be to occur concurrent or shortly thereafter the decision on the subdivision application, just to ensure an alignment with the subdivision approval. We do have time for this. Second and third reading of a bylaw is required to occur within 2 years of the public hearing. And the reason that this would be an alternative is to give council more time to consider some of the questions that came up today, as well as administration and the applicant to work through some of the subdivision considerations to see if that would have an impact on, for example, some of the wording in the TSGD district, which would be more amenable to the future development permit applications that would come forward in that district. We did send out the required advertisements as we needed to for the public hearing, also letters to adjacent landowners. So we believe that all of the stakeholder engagement has been completed satisfactorily for council to give second and third reading. That concludes my presentation. If there's any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wojtenko. So you noted the alternative possibility, but administration's recommending the, that's not administration's recommendation. Do you care to speak to that decision from administration or Ms. Smithers?
Yes, I just wanted to add that this alternative around tabling second and third was vetted with the applicant. They are not in support of that alternative, so their preference would be to go with the recommendation as worded in the report.
Thank you. Ms. Wojtenko, I don't know if you can speak to the processes that would be required if this bylaw was approved and the proposed development was to move forward. What are the immediate other decisions or processes that would be required, and how might that affect the timing of the development? And I'm thinking specifically because we've talked quite a bit about things like this at previous land use issues, and I can't think of what it's called, but there's a nesting birds or something. There's a nesting birds requirement, so lands can't be cleared outside of certain periods of the year. Is that something that would affect the ability to move forward with this district if it should be approved?
No, so the land use bylaw is one of the stages in getting land prepared for development. Subdivision is a very important one, and it's through the subdivision approval or through development permit approval that typically developers can actually start work on the lands. The zoning gives you the right to do a certain type of use on that land, but it does not enable starting, for example, putting in roads and utilities. So we do have a subdivision application from the applicant. We have not yet deemed it complete. We are still waiting for some information, and we are going through that information to see if it is complete or not. Then we do have 60 days to make a decision on that application, which would come forward to the members of council that participate on the primary subdivision authority. So typically land work doesn't even start on lands until you have an approved subdivision and we have approved engineering design drawings. So typically it is a fairly long process. The migratory birds is one of the considerations, however, for timing. However, it is quite frequent that applicants will not make that timing. And it's not that you can't take down trees or start work during that time. You are required, and this is more of a federal provincial regulation, but you need to do a survey for nesting birds prior to taking down those trees. So it is still possible to do that work. You just need to have a biologist or a qualified professional do an evaluation first and give the thumbs up. If there are nesting birds there, that can slow down the process, or you have to put a buffer around that nest. But it is not impossible to start work due to nesting birds.
Thank you. Are there other questions at this time from council? Councilor McCallum.
You're on mute, Councilor McCallum.
Sorry, I hit the button and I didn't hit it well enough. I just want to make sure I understood what I heard from administration. So subdivision work still requires to be completed, and that this can be done in advance of a land use approval from council, and could happen concurrently while council considers some of what they've heard today moving forward.
Yes, and I would actually say that's more of a standard process, is to have land use and subdivision concurrent, or even subdivision first, and then you ensure that the land use works with the proposed lot lines. Through subdivision work, you often end up reconfiguring lands or realizing that some lands are not appropriate for certain things. And so often the subdivision does come first, with the condition stating that before you can start work, you do need to have the zoning approval. But typically that zoning approval comes concurrent with or shortly thereafter.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
So other questions for Ms. Wojtanko? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Wojtanko. And so this time we'll move into motions. And I'll put on the table the motion that council gives second reading to Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2020-19, the Three Sisters DC District Site 5. Councilor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I'd like to present a tabling motion. I would like to table this item until, I believe, April 6th is the next available meeting. Ms. Hyde, yeah, April 6th. The reason why I'd like to table it is the presenters have brought up some really important points. And I understand that there's a growing sentiment in town, no matter the developer, a concern around residential being the default and always the commercial coming last. And I would like some time to think about this. I don't think that I would like to not approve the residential, but I'm wondering if there is some other way between now and April 6th, when this comes back, should council approve or vote in favor of this tabling motion, for us to come at some sort of agreement or understanding that council could put within the land use to ensure that some of the concerns from the public are assuaged. And that is my spiel.
So to your tabling motion, the comments that you're referring to from the public was specifically around the timing of commercial, residential versus commercial development?
Yes, and I don't really want to see it as a versus. I just wondering if there's either a better understanding, or maybe through the subdivision conversation, some more assurances that can be provided to the people of Canmore that that both will be developed within a timely fashion.
Councillor Comfort.
I have a question for Councillor McCallum. Is that okay?
Yes, that's, you bet.
So I wonder, are you really not looking for a guarantee that will happen? My understanding is we can't get a guarantee, but is that what you would prefer?
I don't know.
I only ask because we've had assurances in the past, and the assurances have not been upheld. So that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, I don't actually have, I'm getting the impression that through subdivision, there might be some assurances that can be provided through to council through the subdivision application. And that maybe then we can get a better understanding of exactly what's occurring in the development of the sites. And perhaps that will provide us with assurances. But at this point, I don't feel that the concerns of the public have been assuaged through the presentation of the applicant. And I'm wondering if there's other creative ways that we can get those assurances.
Thank you.
Councillor McCallum, I'm just wondering if you would be prepared to table this this motion till later in the meeting rather than a month from now. Tabling is typically.
Yeah, I don't think I would have the time to consult with administration to understand.
well,
And I actually think that some of my, go ahead, sorry.
Then it should be a postponing motion.
Okay, my apologies. Yeah, postponing, my apologies.
So the motion is postponed till the April 3rd meeting.
April 6th meeting, yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. Somebody else was asking something, or Councillor Mara?
I just had my hand up. I was just was going to support Councillor McCallum in postponing, because for many of the same reasons, I would like a little further or more time to investigate some of the things that were brought forward and a little more assurances. I don't think it's out of the ordinary to have both processes move at the same time or one come before the other. So I would be in agreement with Councillor McCallum to postpone it to give us a little more time.
This time I'm not entirely supportive of postponing this motion. I understand that some of the issues that are being are causing concern can be managed at subdivision approval level. And it's been made clear that when it comes to the total number of units that are dedicated to residential and or commercial, that's higher level document. That's already been approved within the area structure plan. And as I noted earlier, I have had conversations with various parties that are interested in the commercial components of the Gateway District, but who also would want to be assured that the residential is associated. I think that this bylaw is ready to vote on today. So I won't be able to support the postponing motion. Further discussion on the motion? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. And so I don't want, I appreciate that you've had these discussions with potential commercial owners, but council hasn't. The rest of us have not. And so I understand that you are assured that this is going to happen, but those have been only conversations that you've had, Your Worship. And so I guess I too would like to be assured. And at this point, I'm not. And so I would like some time to investigate this a little bit further. I understand that this, from a timing perspective, with the other applications that the applicant has before council, is possibly not particularly convenient, but it is what it is. And I just, again, would like to investigate this a little bit further. Unfortunately, we have an April 6th is the next available date. If I'd had my way, it'd be a little bit earlier, but I don't. But at this time, I still stand behind my motion to postpone.
So can you be really clear for me what it is that what information you're looking to have in a month?
I think I made it already clear. I would like to discuss with administration and understand myself some of the concerns that were brought forward from the public. I would like to see if there is perhaps through subdivision a way for council to be and the public to be assured that the residential and commercial will occur concurrently, at minimum concurrently. And I would like time to do that. I don't have the ability to have those discussions or do that investigation later on in the meeting.
Further discussion on the postponing motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried with myself and Councillor Sealy in opposition. So this matter will come back before council at the April 6th meeting. Is that correct? I'm not looking at the calendar. Moving on then to item G2, borrowing bylaw. Ms. Richardson.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Just let me grab my presentation here. Perfect. Hopefully that's showing up for everyone. So I'm here to request second and third reading for 2 borrowing bylaws. Prior to the final budget approval last week, a number of time-sensitive capital projects were given early approval by Council. 2 of those projects had debt financing as part of their funding. In order to proceed with the capital projects and the borrowing of the debentures, Council needs to first approve these borrowing bylaws. As a reminder of the projects we'll be referencing today, in the first borrowing bylaw, it's for the second phase of construction for the South Bow River Loop feeder main. The total cost of the project is $3.3 million, with $3 million in debentures and $300,000, the remainder coming from the water utility reserve. The second project pertains to the water main connection upgrade at Old Canmore Road. The total project cost for this one is $500,000, with $130,000 coming from debentures, and again, the remainder of $370,000 coming from the water utility reserve. There is always the financial impact to borrowing. This table remains unchanged from first reading. The indicative rates from the Government of Alberta for capital financing as of January 1st of this year were 1.726%, and the bylaw also must specify a maximum rate, so that's set at 7%. And as a reminder, the debt is not taken on approval of the bylaw, but rather closer to project completion when the funds are required. So there are variances in the rates during that intervening period, which again is a reminder why we don't have a specified rate. So since first reading on February 2nd, the bylaws were advertised per the MGA for 2 weeks in the Rocky Mountain Outlook and have also been advertised on our town website. There was then the 15-day petition period, which expired on February 26th, and no petitions were received. So in conclusion, the recommendation today is that Council give second and third reading to both borrowing bylaws. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from Council from Ms. Richardson? Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you, Ms. Richardson, for your presentation. So I know that we don't end up taking the debt until it's required, but with interest rates being as low as they are, is there a risk in waiting, or we would be better off to actually take it earlier rather than waiting?
That's a good point. The financing that that we receive is through the Government of Alberta is obviously rates very favorable to municipalities. We have been kind of tracking the rates. There have been some modest increases lately, but no significant fluctuation. So that is something we can evaluate as a team to see strategically when would make the most sense to take the funding. Usually we try to line it up a couple times throughout the year so all the maturities are at the same points. But obviously with rates going up, that will also be a factor that our team will consider in the timing.
Great, thanks. And my second question is, are any of these projects offsite levy attributable?
My understanding is both are. The first phase of the South Bow River Loop utilized the money that had been collected to date. So now for the second phase of the project, we don't have any offsite levy money that has been collected yet for that specific project. That was used in phase one, but obviously that will be collected going forward. That's just a timing piece. And the connection at Old Canmore Road is a very new project, so that it was identified as part of the TIP 20 project. So we'll be collecting in the future for that one as well. But that's why you don't see any portion of those identified at the funding up front.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Are there other questions from members of council? I really have no questions myself. We've talked about these issues quite a bit in the past, and given previous approvals, and now we're following the process to move forward with the necessary borrowing. But the details and the rationale behind the projects have been made quite clear in the past. So unless there's further questions, seeing none, thanks for being here, Ms. Richardson. With that, I'll move the council give second reading to the Borrowing Bylaw 2021-03, South Bow River Loop Feeder Main Construction Phase 2. Discussion on that motion. Speak in support. This has, as I've mentioned, been before council quite a few times, in fact, and is a fairly critical part of our infrastructure, and we really need to move forward with the financing of that project. So I'll support the motion. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Oh, Councillor Mayer was slow there. I think you're in favor. Let's try that again. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'll then move the council give third reading to Borrowing Bylaw 2021-03, the South Bow River Loop Feeder Main Construction Phase 2. So discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I'll move the council give second reading to Borrowing Bylaw 2021-04, the water main connection upgrade at the Old Canmore Road. So discussion on that motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Let's try that again. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously, and I'll move the council give third reading to the Borrowing Bylaw 2021-04 water main connection upgrade at the Old Canmore Road. Discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And I will move on then to item H1, Community Social Development Operational Budget Changes. Ms. Brown.
Hi there. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. I'm just going to share my screen. This is a short and sweet presentation today. It's not going to be long at all. All right, can you see that okay?
We're seeing the whole screen rather than just the one slide.
Oh, my apologies for that.
Okay.
Let's try that one more time. How is that one? Is that better?
Yeah, we can see your speaking notes now. But
just a suggestion, if you go up to display settings on the top and just that to swap presenter view. There you go.
Okay, there we go. Now, can you see that okay?
Still seeing the speaking notes.
Oh, goodness me.
Which is okay, you know, we can read the main screen. Let's not worry
Try
about it.
clicking on it again, and that should work.
Okay. I'm not sure why it's doing that.
You know, technology, it's fussy.
Seems to be that way. All right, let's see if we try this one more time. Okay, I think this time it's going to work. Is this working for you?
Yeah, third time's the charm.
Third time's the charm. All right, so again, just a really quick presentation on some changes to the CSD operational budget. So I'm here today to request that Council approve the allocation of up to $50,000 in additional grants, donations, contributions to offset expenses in Family Resource Network, Family Community Support Services, and Community Social Development operational budget. So, sorry, I'm using now two screens, which I don't typically have to do. So funding will be used to leverage our municipal funding and expand and adapt our current programs and services to support residents within Canmore. So we'll be using it to create preventative programs that build informal connections, resilience, and community capacity. The funding will help us expand and adapt our Meals on Wheels program, including our fully subsidized program. Will help our income tax volunteers with expenses that they incur supporting the program, such as printing and paper and things like that. It will support the Mayor's Awards for Volunteer Excellence. It will allow us to expand our impactful programs, such as our Robotic Pet program or our Early Years and Teen Connection programs. And it will support us with leading an Early Years Alliance that will focus on really building a community that can collectively strengthen childhood development. And in addition, we're also looking at exploring some programs with this additional funding with Canadian Mental Health Association to help with rural mental health and recovery from the pandemic. So we are still working out some program details, but if we do plan to purchase any capital assets or if we do anything that's outside of our operational mandate, we'll be sure to return to council and seek your permission before moving forward. And that's my presentation. Thank you for your time. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you. Could you put the first slide back on the screen that had the motion?
Absolutely, I can.
Huh.
So it is different than what was in the package because between putting the package together and this council presentation, we were able to get some more additional funding, and some of it was unexpected and unanticipated.
Okay, yeah, it's I refer to the written agenda, and this is not the recommended motion in the written agenda. So I guess it's similar. So we're understanding that there's $50,000 in grants, donations, contribution funding that are offered but not necessarily in the bank, so to speak.
That's right. So some of it we have. So for instance, one of the ones that was unanticipated was from the province of Alberta, the Community Supports Grant. We were successful with that grant last year, and then they just reached out to us and said, your program was successful. You were able to do some good work. Your final report was good. Can we give you additional money to support that program? So that's additional money to the Meals on Wheels program that was unanticipated.
So as grants and donations and contributions come in, will council be advised of those? I mean, this is fairly generic in nature. Essentially, it's saying if we get grants, then we've pre-approved allocating them to the various budgets. CSS, FRN, and CST.
Right.
Right.
Oh.
And just for the record, I suppose, why would we not wait until we actually have money in hand to approve the allocation?
So the reason why is, so some of the dollars that we're requesting is from Banff Canmore Community Foundation. And we just wanted to get the program running sooner rather than later, just to make sure that we actually can start meeting the needs. Where if we had to wait till we got the dollars, then it would be another month to potentially 2 months before we can come back to council and ask to allocate the dollars. So then, we have the dollars, but we're unable to expend it on the program. And I believe Dr. Cottle has a question as well, or a comment.
Dr. Cottle?
Thanks. It's not a question, but I just thought I would offer a bit more clarification. So part of what's happening here with CSD is we are recognizing that in the past, we haven't always brought these approvals to council. And so we're trying to make sure that we're doing this appropriately and aligned with the requirements of the MGA. So sometimes CSD gets very small dollar amounts, either in donation or grants. And the work that's involved in writing a report to bring it to council, and as Ms. Brown just explained, sometimes the timing, because of when our reports are due, it can be several months. And sometimes grant deadlines are very short. They're announced on the first of the month and they're due at the end of the month. So what's happened with this report is really working with Ms. Richardson and the finance department to make sure that what we're doing is appropriate and fitting with the MGA, but doesn't allow leeway outside of things that are already council approved. So any of the funding that comes in would be for things that are already in the budget, not necessarily net new. And we would need to identify council if there was something net new. What we can do, to your question, Mayor Barrowman, is use the administrative update report in the COW reports so that whenever a grant does come in or is received that's fitting with this motion, we can let council know what's come in. But again, a lot of it is not significant dollars, and it's usually fitting with programs that we're already planning to do. So we're trying to sort of thread the needle here and not making this really administratively cumbersome by having to bring a whole bunch of reports every time a small pot of money is received, but to be transparent and clear and to make sure that we're following the MGA. So I would offer the administrative reports in the COW as a way to keep council informed of anything that happens with inside this motion. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I want to make sure that makes sense.
Right. So essentially, we're council's being asked to pre-approve any unexpected contributions that may come along, and I know there's several in the wings that would be applied to previously approved budgets.
Yeah, and to our operations.
Right.
So yeah, so anything that if we were ever going to expand outside our operational mandate or ask for a capital asset, we would make sure we come back and do and ask for permission before spending those dollars.
Right. So would any of these monies have the effect of reducing any tax requirement?
So they might. Right now, we're really looking at leveraging the dollars that are in our municipal budget to make sure that we can expand the program and make sure that the program can be as impactful as possible. But if there's anything that we can return to the municipal coffers, we will for sure.
Great. So just underline this one last time. Anything that would happen in the way of operating budgets that these unexpected funds would provide financing for have been approved by council, the operating budget.
Yes, that's right. So the operations have been approved by council. These budgets will be looking to expand a little those operations.
Okay. Thank you. Are there other questions from members of council? Seeing none. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you for your time.
And also thanks to whoever's out there that may be preparing to offer funding to some of these really important projects. I appreciate that as well.
Thank you.
So with that, then I will move the council approve the allocation of 2021 grants, donations, and contributions and offsetting expenses to the Family and Community Support Services and Family Resource Network operating budget as presented. Discussion on that motion. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I'd be happy to support this motion. I really appreciate the work that CSD's done to attract these grants and investments in the people of Canmore. And it really shows the strength of the department, I feel. And, you know, there's other municipalities that are actually closing their FCSS departments right now during a time of COVID. And we are seeing our FCSS department meet the needs of our community as best they can during a very difficult time in history. Therefore, I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Councillor Comfort.
I'd like to echo Councillor McCallum's remarks. No offense to Streets and Roads or any other department. This is my favorite department in the town of Canmore. And I applaud their creative and respectful, the way they go after what's available out there and how they structure their programs, how inclusive they are. Okay, hold on just a second. So that's all I have to say. I support this motion 100%. And I would like to point out that it is important, if you look at the research, how important, for example, the EYA, early years, something, I don't know what the A stands for, but the early years alliance. That's a very important part of a child's development and ultimate contribution to society. And I'm so pleased to see them pursuing these programs. So thank you.
I'll speak in support of the motion as well and echo some of the previous comments from councillors. I've always been really, really proud of the work that our staff are doing around, particularly within Family Community Support Services and now the FRN. We are, I think, leaders in how we manage social issues in Canmore. So I'm very supportive of helping that cause through any council involvement. So I will support the motion and I will look forward to hearing regular updates through the committee of the whole reports on how these funds may flow in and how they're applied. So, but happy to support the motion. Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I also wanted to say how pleased I am that FCSS is going after these opportunities, because I know that grant deadlines can often be very tight, and the community social development could miss out on these opportunities if they didn't do them in a timely manner. So I really appreciate that they are looking at every opportunity to expand some of these programs. And I also think it's wonderful that Crossway Thrift has donated to the youth and social connection programs. These are very important programs that, you know, we've heard from the community need to be expanded, and the FRN opportunity allows us to look at these expansions of these programs. So I really appreciate that they're going after these funds, and I will support this motion.
For the discussion on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. In the approved agenda, we are looking to have a short break at right about now. So given there's quite a bit of business to follow, I will call a short break. What time is it now? It's 11 o'clock, so we'll reconvene at 11:10. Councillor McCallum. Oh. Councillor McCallum always gives the mayor treats. What about the rest of you? I haven't had any oranges from anybody.
John, you know that that's a long-standing tradition between you and I.
Yeah, which I appreciate. Nothing like a little mandarin orange every now and again. So where are we? We should be live. We're live. So with that, I'll call the meeting back to order. And we're moving on to item H2, multi-year fire rescue dispatch contract. Chief Galler.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. Great to see everyone. And before I get started, I just would like to agree with Councillor Comfort and say A, welcome, and B, yes, FCSS is my favorite department as well, despite the department that I'm supposed to look after. We like to think we can support them a little bit, but yeah, they're so forward facing. That was a wonderful comment. Thank you. Well, I'll get right to the business at hand. I'm before Council to ask the consideration for approval of a 5-year contract with Calgary 911 for 911 dispatch and fire response services. You might recall up and before 2019, dispatch services were provided by FRESC, Foothill Regional Dispatch Centers, and part of the Dillon Master Plan recommended reviewing those dispatch services, going to market and seeing if there were better options. We did that and received a great proposal from Calgary 911 in a fairly competitive process and entered into a 2-year contract with them. That contract is expiring or expired. We have done a market scan to see what other services are available, and frankly, we don't see any other option out there that would be as cost effective or technologically advanced or as supportive as what Calgary 911 is giving us. The rates were competitive. In fact, we saw cost savings by going to Calgary 911 from our previous provider. They've offered us a very competitive 5-year program, which includes cost certainty throughout, which is already in the budget and the approved 2020 budget and or 21 budget and planning for 22. We have very good support from the organization. We have a client services person assigned to us, as well as a technical advisor from Calgary 911. They're very reactive to our needs and in fact proactive on things that they see coming down the pipeline. They also have all the technical support we need to be fully modernized and integrated with EMS and various other agencies. So that's really in a nutshell. I don't want to take up too much of your time. My recommendation and administration's recommendation is we entered into this 5-year contract. As I say, it's a competitive process. It's a great offer. It gives us the cost security, and we are within our procurement the correct structures to enter into this 5-year contract with them. We don't need to go back to market. That was part of the original request for proposal, that we had that option to extend should we be satisfied. And just as a closing point on that, I did check with all our operational teams and they're very satisfied with the service they're getting from Calgary 911. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions or build on any item within the RFD that you would like.
Thanks very much, Chief. Councillor Seeley, you have a question.
Yes, Chief Gaylor, 911 services in the past were a little bit problematic as well. The response times were a concern and they've significantly improved with this new provider.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Seeley. Great question. In conjunction with the reporting we're getting from Calgary 911 and our new records management system that Council approved a couple of years ago, we're able to track those metrics much closer, and they're meeting or exceeding all the required industry standards for call evaluation and call dispatch to us. So yes, short answer is yes, we've seen a service improvement in that area. I have very little concerns in the dispatch area right now.
Thank you.
Councillor Stanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Thank you, Chief Gaylor, for your presentation. Do we have any indication of what kind of call volume increase we've seen over the past 2 years in 911 services?
Yeah, sure. I can certainly report on that. In fact, my team will be in front of you in a couple of weeks with our year-end report. for 2020. And we're seeing roughly a 4 to 5% year over year, every year increase overall. I'm happy to give you precise numbers, but we'll be reporting on that in about 2 weeks at a committee of the whole meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's folks, it's really only going that way. Yeah, lots of reasons. Yeah.
Chief, I just want to reassure residents, if they happen to be listening, that we do have 911 service at this moment. You mentioned the contract had expired, but but we do have 911 service while we negotiate the new contract.
Absolutely, yeah. A joke about 2 soup cans and a string would probably be inappropriate, but no, we're fully operational, fully up and running, and yeah, everything's perfect.
Right. I don't know if that would have been inappropriate or not, but we'll move on. Are there other questions for Chief Gowler? Seeing none, thanks very much for doing this work and monitoring the last 2-year contract and providing council with your opinion, your recommendation, well valued recommendation. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
With that, I'll move the council authorize administration to enter into a 5-year contract with the City of Calgary, COC, for 911 call answer, fire rescue call evaluation, and dispatch services for the town of Canmore. Discussion on that motion. Councillor Comfort.
Sorry, Chief Gaylor, I actually did have a question. What is fire rescue call evaluation, which is something part of the service?
Yeah, it's part of the service provided. There's 2 parts to this contract. When you call 911, it comes to a central evaluation center that's actually within the Calgary 911 Center, part of this contract. That evaluator then decides if it's medical, police, fire, etc. If it's medical or police, they send it to their dispatch center, and then it comes back to us if our services are required. If it's a fire or fire rescue, it goes to a fire rescue evaluator who then evaluates exactly what they should send. You know, how many trucks, how many people, etc. So that sort of evaluation service of the fire call is part of that package.
So that must increase the efficiency then, with that kind of expertise at the other end of the line.
Yeah, we're really happy with the quality of the evaluation we're getting, because Calgary 911 also does fire rescue call evaluation for all the surrounding municipalities, MD Bighorn, Stoney Nakoda Nation, Cochrane, and of course the City of Calgary Fire Services. But they have parsed out 4 or 6 consoles just for their rural services. So there's no concern about us getting lost in the Calgary mix. But there's, as you can imagine, they're all colleagues, so there's a lot of transferable knowledge there. So yeah, we're quite happy with how they're evaluating those services.
And I hope I didn't put your nose out of joint by preferring the FCSS, but I have a little place in my heart also for fire, because my son's a firefighter. So what can you do?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
absolutely.
you for your service, and thank you for this, for your expertise in evaluating these kinds of services.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, little Benny. Okay, if there's no further questions then for Chief Gowler, I will once again put the motion on the table that council authorize administration to enter into a 5-year contract with City of Calgary for 911 call answer, fire rescue call evaluation, and dispatch services for the town of Canmore. Speaking to that motion, I'll happily support the motion. I do have a great deal of respect for the work the Fire and Rescue is doing, and I'm confident that the service we've been receiving from the City of Calgary for 911 over the last 2 years has been second to none. And I appreciate having that confirmed by Chief Gowler. So I'm quite happy to support the extension of that contract into a new 5-year contract. Other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And thanks again, Chief, for bringing this to council today. With that, I will move on to item H3, which is Quarry Lake Transportation Management. Mr. Asarte.
morning, Mayor and Council. I am here today with Adam Robertson from our Communications Department, and we are presenting on transportation management at Quarry Lake, including paid parking and proposed planning of a seasonal route to that area. Is the presentation visible there?
Yes, it is.
Great. Okay, our recommendation is that Council direct administration to implement paid parking at Quarry Lake Park as outlined in the report and presentation, and that Council approve a new 2021 capital project for $1.16 million to plan a seasonal transit route to Quarry Lake, the Nordic Centre, and Grassy Lakes in collaboration with Alberta Parks to begin operation in 2022, including purchase of a new bus and construction of 4 new bus stops to be funded as follows: provincial grants $885,000 and general capital reserve $275,000. Our current situation in that area we're all familiar with. We had exceptional visitation over 2020, and we expect that to continue into this year and beyond. The parking demand in the area exceeds availability. As well, the pressures on Quarry Lake Park and infrastructure are exceeding the facilities there. There were a number of enforcement challenges, both at the parking in the lake and in dealing with neighborhood spillover. Back in November, we came forward to Council with a proposal that was complementary to some upgrades that were being looked at in Quarry Lake to manage visitation. And that was to look at implementation planning for paid parking program in that area. We think that there's opportunities potentially in other high demand areas, but the specific focus at this time is Quarry Lake Park. So our goals come from a long history of transportation planning that has looked at addressing demand through pricing of parking. It's one of the top strategies identified in our integrated parking management plan, and as well as planning from our integrated transportation plan. And the rationale is you manage demand through pricing, and then you can reinvest the revenues from that pricing into both transportation initiatives, including bus routes, and to reinvest in the areas in which the parking fees are collected to allow for enhancements. And that's been successfully used in resort communities the world over. Our initial plan for paid parking looked at something that was mirrored a little bit off of what we were proposing for the town center. And that was a seasonal program with peak hour use. We were looking at delineating between an all-day parking area and a 4-hour parking area. And we had some dog parking stalls separated out and some pickup drop-off stalls separated out. We used a pricing scheme that was somewhat similar to prime parking in the town center. For spillover management, we proposed initially some smaller residential parking permit areas in the peaks of Grassy. The RPP, as we call it for short, is a strategy that's specifically used to manage overflow from places where you use paid parking. So this isn't a management of parking in every place in a community where people would like to see parking managed, but it's specific to paid parking, and it's specific to the overflow and pushing out parking demand from price parking areas. In these areas, we did have a pre-existing issue, and it was just based on that overwhelming demand. So we expect that this will be an effective tool for managing that there as well, and proposed some initial areas that mirrored some no parking areas that were used by bylaw last summer.
Thank you, Mr. Asarte. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak to the feedback we heard from the community on the initial proposal for paid parking at Quarry Lake. This was our first opportunity to seek community feedback using our new online engagement platform, mycanmore.ca. It was great to see almost 500 people register on the platform through this engagement, a trend we hope to see continue with future projects. For this project, we gave the public the opportunity to provide feedback through both a survey and using a Q&A module. The engagement we saw through the project can be broken down as follows. So we had just over 1,700 participants that were aware of the opportunity. Aware refers to a user who visited at least one page related to the project and represents a unique number of visitors to the project site. We had 891 participants that were informed. So an informed participant visited multiple sections of the project pages, contributed to a tool, or viewed one of the frequently asked questions. And we had 394 participants that were engaged. An engaged participant completed the survey or they asked a question using the Q&A module. We asked a series of questions to understand who was using the area, what they were doing there, and the time of day they were visiting. So the majority of respondents to the survey identified themselves as residents of Canmore, and most people were using the area for the dog park and the lake. Almost 70% of respondents said they normally visit on a weekday, with most visiting during the day between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. We then asked the community for their feedback on the residential parking permit program proposals that Mr. Asarte referenced earlier. The themes we heard for these programs were similar for both neighborhoods. So their support for implementing the programs in both areas. However, we did hear that the proposed areas should be expanded in both neighborhoods and greater enforcement is needed once the zones are in place. Then we asked 3 questions that focused on the initial paid parking plan for the lot itself. And the questions looked to gauge support for the short-term no-charge spaces for both dog walking, as well as pickup and drop-off, and to gather overall feedback on the plan. So we heard a number of themes emerge, which included residents of Canmore should not be charged, more free stalls were needed for people walking their dogs, and a resident pass should be provided for the area. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Asarte to present the updated proposal.
So I think one of the key findings there was that residents were primarily using it, the lake in off-peak times and likely avoiding use during those crush periods. And so that allowed us to have some flexibility, and this differentiates the Quarry Lake area from the town center in that when we're looking to use paid parking to manage demand, we really want it to be targeted to a specific use or a specific period. And being that households in Canmore are largely using it to walk dogs in off-peak, it allowed us to look at a pass system, permit system for households. And so what we've proposed is a pass per address, and there's a second pass available for an admin fee. And the nice thing with this approach is that instead of having to have designated stalls for dog walking and creating that categorized use, which isn't shared and not as efficient, the full lot now is available for parking if you have a permit for a resident. We did expand the making it exclusive.
Andy, sorry, you had just froze there for a moment. I don't know if you want to repeat the last few sentences.
Sure. Am I clear now?
Yes.
So I'll just take this slide from the top. We've expanded from the original proposal, but the intent of RPP is to strike a balance between managing overflow and creating undue administration and enforcement requirements. And it's not intended to create exclusivity for public roads. So these are intended to address acute areas and during acute time. So this would be a seasonal program as well. And we've expanded the zones to the extent where we see acute problems due to Quarry Lake. Now, there is an opportunity and there's a process that the city of Calgary uses to allow for expansions of these permit zones. And it's, again, is the issue of overflow parking due to paid parking at Quarry Lake significant enough that it warrants all of the admin enforcement and registration requirements for residents and their visitors that come with RPP. So we've tried to strike a balance there and not go too far with the footprint, but it can be expanded. Now we're looking at, with a resident permit approach, really shifting the philosophy a little bit. If you're using parking and you're using Quarry Lake, that comes with a parking fee. And that fee is $20 per 4 hours. And this was a rate that was selected based on one that we thought would help manage that demand. And it's consistent with what we see in other places. For example, Chestermere for their lake has a day use fee of $40 for a family. So if you wanted to come for the day here, you could stay multiple 4-hour sessions and it would be in that ballpark. And we've proposed a $10 for off season. The facility is open and in use. We have washrooms that are open year round. And so there's still an off season impact. And the time can be purchased in 4-hour blocks. So it's basically per visit. If you're having an extended stay visit, then you purchase an additional block. This pricing is an initial proposal. Depending on who you ask, it's too high or too low. And really it's demand that's going to dictate whether or not it is. And the program allows us to make adjustments in reasonably short order. So again, managing demand on limited facilities, intending to create turnover. While it's great for folks to go up and spend 12 hours, there really are limited facilities up there and a limited number of really nice days in Canmore where sitting on a beach with 4-degree water is you know, at its best. So encouraging turnover and allowing a maximum number of people to make use. And it's accounting for the maintenance costs. And I've spoken to the year-round impacts of use. We do have operating costs that once they begin with the paid parking program are monthly and year-round. And so for first-year revenues, we're projecting 180,000. The operating costs are actually going to be lower than this. We've been in discussions with the vendor since the council approval of the budget and the deferment of downtown paid parking. And so we think the operating costs will be lower for the vendor than this, but yet to be determined. And the reason why costs are high is because all of these system modules were proposed for and designed for 700 downtown parking stalls, and they're being used for about 120 stalls up at Quarry Lake. But in the future, as town center comes online, those operating costs get shared out among all areas and net revenues will go up materially. So while the proposal is an initial take and there is flexibility to adjust the components of it, we do think it checks a number of the boxes we were aiming to check through our parking management and transportation management planning, as well as through the community feedback and our improved understanding of how residents are using the park. These will both be areas to monitor and adjust to going forward. Together with this, we see an opportunity to begin discussions around providing transit service up to the area. Parking revenues provide a potential source of operating funding for that route, and Alberta Parks approached us to discuss the potential in 2020. They're looking at upgrading their parking lot up at Grassy Lakes where they have similar challenges, and they're including bus accommodation up there. And a route into that area could serve Quarry Lake and the Canmore Nordic Center as well. We have had some initial discussions with Rome to look at what the operating costs could be and what would be required. And so we're looking at a new bus purchase, some additional stops on Highway 742, along with crossings that are already needed today. So there would be some synergy with that infrastructure, and then operating costs of approximately 150,000 per year. So this preliminary planning that would be approved would come with actual capital approvals, bus purchase and some infrastructure. but the route itself would not start until there's further approvals from Alberta Parks. They are discussing that internally, and council would have to approve those operating costs in the future. I'll speak more about the bus purchase in a minute, but the bus would be required somewhere in the Rome system in short order, and Rome would endeavor to repurpose that bus if the route was delayed up to Grassy Lakes for any reason. So the work that Rome's done to identify bus requirements, they're moving to an electric fleet over time. These buses last for 20 years, so you want to purchase them for the future. Typically an EV is about 1.5 million, and it's a 1 to 1.5 year lead time. And if that was the case here, we wouldn't bring forward this proposal from both a funding, but mainly from a funding perspective. But there is an opportunity here in that Canmore has 530,000 in Green Trip earmarked for the purchase of a bus. That funding needs to be spent this year. And so the opportunity is that Rome has identified a demo bus from previous Edmonton procurement. It has low miles, and for 1.04 million, which includes about 150,000 in retrofitting costs and the cost of installing a charging facility. This bus has a 4-month lead time, so we would be able to purchase this and keep our costs to about 255,000 for the town, which is a very reasonable investment for a newish EV. In the future, the available grants that we know we have available, if we weren't to take advantage of this grant, would cover only up to 40%, and those grants are currently earmarked for other capital projects in the community. So 40% of 1.5 million would leave about 900,000 that the municipality would need to invest in that EV. With the seasonal route, there's an opportunity to put the EV in year-round use and keep a diesel bus for seasonal. And so that'll help improve fleet efficiency. So with that, I'll turn it over for any questions that you may have for myself or Mr. Robertson.
Great, I'm sure we'll have a lot of questions. I know I have many. Councillor Hillstead was numero uno with his hand in the air, so Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, Mr. Sarte and Mr. Robertson, for your presentation. With the resident parking permits, you said that there's a petition available to expand the area. How exactly would that work?
We would mirror it off of the Calgary system. We haven't quite worked out the details, but it's one that they've been using there. I think the requirement is for something like 60% of residents in an impacted area on a block by block basis would be required to demonstrate support. And they would be provided with some information as to the pros and cons of RPPs to help with their decision.
And is there an average timeline for how long that process takes? Is it a 1 month, 2 month, longer, shorter?
I don't have an exact time frame. To some extent, we want to monitor here as well and see, you know, to what extent when you make changes of this nature, it takes time for things to balance out and for new patterns to emerge. And we're making a number of changes all at once. So was the reason for spillover because there was no parking? Was it because Google Maps was sending people up to Peaks of Grassy for half the summer, which it was? Is the parking fee going to be enough of a deterrent that it's going to send people packing with picnic baskets, you know, the distance that they would have to travel currently? Or is it a non-issue? And so we don't want to necessarily have pre-petitioning because we can't go out and observe if there's an acute problem to address, or it's just a desire to fully restrict parking on a public street.
Thank you. One more question, if I may. Again, with the resident parking permits, how does it work for if someone, you know, they have some service, like they need a plumber or someone to come and their driveways, or maybe they're repaving their driveway, so the driveway's inaccessible. How does that work for people that need to park there to do work on a house? How does that process work?
The Calgary system allows for registration of visitor passes that are 2-week passes. So if you had a trade coming, you would register their license plate for their vehicle, and that would allow them to park on street.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds like a simple approach. I'm happy that Councillor Hillstead asked that question. So just out of curiosity, what's the downside to expanding the footprint of the RPP right now? I mean, I would argue in support of having the RPP apply to the entire Rundleview and Peaks of Grassy subdivision rather than only applying to a portion of the subdivision and forcing residents to go through the hassle of writing a petition, because I think that will happen. So what's the downside to starting off with all of those 2 subdivisions covered by the RPP? And a subsequent question, I guess, if we were to follow that process, presumably there's still an opportunity for residents to petition to reduce the RPP area. So 2-barreled question.
The downside of expanded RPP is twofold. One is it's additional enforcement and it's additional administrative resources to process all of those households that would be then required in order to park on their street. Each of their vehicles need to be registered, and that requires verification. And so as you expand out, it's exponential. Each ring of distance from a parking area, you're capturing a lot more houses. And then the flip side, or the other component of that, is around the need. This isn't about creating resident-only parking on public roads. This is about managing spillover from a paid parking program. And so it's a philosophical question. Are we expanding beyond the areas of where problems will appear? We don't know what that extent's going to be based on all the changes that are being made. We want to observe. But at some point, it starts to become just, it's not necessary from a spillover perspective. It's just residents protecting their block for their parking. And I understand the sentiment, but that's a precedent that then has ripple effects in other parts of the community where they perhaps would like to see something similar. And that's not the intent of this program. If that's somewhere that council would like to go, or we would want, admin would like to go, we need to have a discussion around that, because it's a much bigger, managing parking in areas where there's no paid parking. Spillover effect is a bigger and different conversation than what we're proposing to do here.
So thank you for that answer, and I understand your position. I would assume that regardless of what we move forward with, there would be an analysis done at the end of this season. I mean, the paid parking would be in place for this summer, and in the fall, or by the end of the year, there would be an opportunity to report to council on the success or the issues identified through whatever the program is that's applied.
Yes, we'll have good information on parking utilization there. We'll be able to monitor through enforcement problem areas that emerge outside of the parking lot, and certainly have a report on all of the elements of the program. It's going to be very interesting, not just for Quarry Lake, but for our overall transportation management, so certainly.
You bet. Well, this is certainly an issue that's been growing, exacerbated and made worse by COVID, but these issues up around the quarry are not new. When I look at the 2 maps included in the package, both Rundleview subdivision and Peaks subdivision, I'm certain, I feel certain that given how social media works, if we make those parts of the subdivision resident parking, visitors from the city or wherever, people coming out to use the quarry for the day, will very quickly find that they can park in Pendergast or China Close or up towards Deer Place, any of those, the entire Rendezvous subdivision, I think would be the target. And ditto when with the Peaks of Grassy, I look at that map and it's not at all, doesn't require much of a stretch of imagination to imagine visitors parking on the east end of the Peaks and then just walking that nice simple trail to the quarry. So I would, I'm quite interested in starting off with both. I mean, the entire subdivision, both subdivisions restricted parking. And I would see a benefit there in as much as reduced signage requirement. We could place one sign at the beginning, where people come into those subdivisions saying this entire subdivision is resident parking only. So yeah, that's partly where my mind's going. A couple of questions outside of this, though. The $255,000 investment in the new bus that you referenced for the town of Canmore, was that a component that would be covered by our green trip funding? Is that the connection?
The 255 would be funded by general reserves. 530 from green trip.
Okay. So, right. That's over and above the green trip than that 255. Thank you. Just to confirm, just a quick question there. The residential passes, parking passes would need to be applied for each year. Is that correct?
They are 2-year passes.
2-year passes. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Stanford, you had a question.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. Sarte and Mr. Robertson for your presentations. This is a question for Mr. Sarte. Has the Google Maps problem been fixed that's directing people to a neighborhood versus Quarry Lake?
Yes, I believe it was fixed at some point in the past summer.
Okay.
I haven't checked lately, but it stopped directing there at some point a while back.
Okay. So
I can speak to that one. Sorry. Yes, it was fixed last summer. We worked with Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, who have kind of a super user status with Google to help fix that. So that was changed this past summer.
Okay, great. And Mr. Asarte, do you expect the bus service to be a free service, or because we're in partnership with other agencies, it would have a fee?
It would be an expansion of Canmore Local. It would be free, and it'd be free for the same philosophical reasons as our local. We need to eliminate barriers to encourage maximum ridership and in turn get our maximum return on our investment in those routes.
Okay. And you mentioned that the bus, that the parking fees would be from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. at Quarry Lake?
Those are the current park hours. Yes.
Okay. So that's what we would be basing our paid parking on, is the 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
That's right. And
4-hour block.
And adjusted based on any adjustments to those hours of operation of the park.
Thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
When registering license plates, how often can they be switched out? So if someone buys a new car and they get a new license plate, or something happens and someone steals their license plate, which doesn't happen very often, but it does happen every once in a while. How does that work? Can you update it on a monthly basis? Is it a certain amount of times a year?
I don't think there are restrictions to that. It's all predominantly done through a web portal. It can be done by phone as well, but predominantly everything is done through that portal. And I don't believe there are any restrictions to updating information there. It's just a matter of resubmitting.
Okay. And then one other thing, again, going back to the resident parking permits, would there be any kind of option for service businesses to actually be able to apply to have access to parking in there, just to simplify it for the homeowner? Because again, I can think of many situations where, you know, potentially a homeowner's not home, their car's in the driveway, they don't have access to set up the parking, and, you know, something's happening. I'll use roofing just because that's what I do. So if someone's roof, you know, bunch of shingles blew off, they're not home, their neighbor tells them, hey, you know, it's pouring outside and your roof's probably leaking. But then I get up there and I have no place to park, and then how, like, just again, and they maybe don't have access to changing that thing. So is there a potential for, because again, and also just plumbers, you know, they might come and fix something for a couple hours, not a 2-week lead time. So just when you have shorter duration things where people are just stopping and they need to fix something real quick, but they might not have access to a driveway. Just that's one of the issues I've seen within Calgary when it comes to just service industry type things, and it can be quite the hassle. So just what are our options there?
At this point, the system's set up for only those with proof of residency to be able to do the visitor pass that would be required for a trade. There isn't any option to get a blanket pass per se, and I imagine there'd be lots of opportunity for abuse with that, and that's probably why the system isn't set up for it. We can ask the vendor to see if there are any solutions that they've worked out. I imagine they have that same issue around their LRT stations in Calgary. Being that this is seasonal, hopefully, you know, for the peak season, the visitor pass system works well enough, but that may be something we need to explore further.
Thank you.
Councillor Seeley, you had your hand up a minute ago.
Mayor Borrowman, along the same avenue that Councillor Hillstead was going down. And in addition, how were the spillover areas informed? I imagine that you saw some historical places that people are parking, and that's what came to light. And secondly, if we did expand those areas, how would visitors be welcomed? Could a resident say this person's visiting, register the plate, and it's just that simple?
To the first question, Councillor Seeley, it was informed by a typical approach of using some judgment, but keeping a fairly narrow RPP zone around the new park and ride. For example, in Calgary, there'd be a new park and ride, and they'd do a block or two around the park and ride, and really only expand from there if it's absolutely needed. And that's driven by actual issues in the field. And so that's why our initial RPP looked at about a block distance into those communities. We responded to the feedback that we received and the same concerns that Mayor Borrowman has expressed around you know, communication on social media and people looking to circumvent. And so we listened to that, and we expanded about an additional block or so beyond that. So that's how they were determined. And then for visitors, there's a visitor pass, and so a resident would just go online and there's they would input the license plate, and they're able to, through their login, get a 2-week pass for a visitor plate.
And I guess what I'm concerned about is that there could be a lot of visitors, and maybe it's not a 2-week pass. They just need a 2-hour pass to park in front of someone they're visiting.
The way we approach that for the town center is it's a little bit of parking management by the residents. You know, this is all single family housing for the most part, and a lot of people have, I mean, Peaks is maybe a bit different, but I'm thinking more Rundle View right now. There's a lot of parking up there. And so the resident with their RPP pulls their car out onto the street and leaves the parking stall for their visitor on-site available. And that's the approach we took with the town center. The town center, we wanted to try to shortcut abuses where people could deem a friend a visitor for 2 weeks and they're an employee at a business and then park on the street for 8 hours, 10 hours a day. So we made it so that downtown, you couldn't actually get a visitor pass, or there was some kind of fee for a visitor pass. But up in this area, it would be a simple process to either log in and get one or make a space available on your property.
Councillor Hillstead.
I keep beating the same drum. How many visitor passes do the residents get, and how many can they dole out at a time? Is it they have 2 and they can do just 2 vehicles for 2 weeks, or is it how does that work exactly?
I think it's configurable. Typically, I think we're defaulting to lower numbers just to manage abuse to start, but I don't know the exact number that are available. Are you? Is there a concern just if you had 5 trades working on a house, you might need?
Well, that I didn't actually think about that, but that would be, I guess, one. If you're doing a reno and you have multiple trades, that could be an issue. But more just so if you have, or if a trade has multiple vehicles, like dump trucks and other things, which that would usually be in the driveway, so that wouldn't be an issue. But it's more just to see if it's a 2-week time frame, because I think in some of the areas in Calgary where I've had to deal with this, it's more like a 2-day time frame kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So once that expires, I think they had 2, and then once that expires, they can do 2 different people. So with it being a 2-week window, if someone's working on the house, or again they need to come over and they can't move their vehicles for whatever reason, and then they use up one of their passes, and now it's locked out for 2 weeks, and then they actually have family coming, and then they can't, like that again. Will it happen? Maybe. There might be the odd thing. Most likely it's going to be fairly dealt with, because if, again, we're using a place that has done this for a while, so I'm sure they've dealt with all these issues. So there's just more. I was just curious if we actually had a set number, like they have 2 visitor parking passes and they're good for the 2 weeks, or is it can be like that person's gone, I'm canceling that one, and now I'm allocating to someone else, like just how that all works. Because again, I don't want to see it abused, but I also want it to be flexible enough that it works for people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's something we can look at. I believe the Calgary zones tend to be 2 hour. It varies, but that is one potential solution. You could do a 2 hour. So if you're just popping in as a plumber, you can actually park on the street, get your work done. And it's if you're trying to park all day, or, the longer duration. So that might be an option we can look at here. I do think that this entire conversation highlights the rationale for limiting to acute problem areas the extent of the RPP, because there are many knock-on effects and inconveniences. And while it sounds nice to say only I can park on my street, unless you have a problem that you're needing to solve, it can create a number of other inconveniences that offset any benefit of that. So it's really intended to be limited to acute problem areas.
Thank you.
I just have one observation, I guess. The resident parking permit, just confirm this for me, it won't assure residents that they'll be able to park immediately in front of their homes. I mean, they still would have to find an empty spot.
Essentially, anybody with a permit in that zone can park directly in front of their home.
Right. And another quick question, would the 72-hour rule, or how would the 72-hour rule apply if a vehicle's been parked for more than 72 hours, but it has a parking permit?
All other bylaw requirements still apply. It just allows you to park in that area. It doesn't allow you to circumvent any other bylaw.
Right, so you would still have to have that vehicle moved at least every 72 hours.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Comfort.
Thank you, Mayor Barron. quick question. Will dogs be able to get on the bus, shuttle bus, for want of a better word, to Quarry Lake?
I think Andy's frozen again.
Oh.
He's not just thinking. We'll let him.
Maybe while Mr. Sarte's gone, Councillor Comfort, I'll just chime in on that one. I
Oh,
think
sure.
we'd have to confirm that with Rome. So we can get back to you on that one.
Okay, it just seems if people were prepared to take the bus up to Quarry Lake to walk their dog from, say, South Canmore or somewhere like that, that might get rid of a lot of these problems. But that's why I'm asking.
No, it's a good question.
I dropped out there, but it's a roam route, so the same rules would apply as other roam routes, and I'm not clear on those. So perhaps one of the councillors on the commission would be able to speak to that.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. And I missed half of it too. I gapped out and I unsigned out and re-signed back in. So I think that the question was, are dogs permitted to ride on roam bus routes? The answer is service animals, absolutely, but non-service animals, no. Unless, however, they are able to be in a crate, a crate that you could carry, which most dogs would be too big for a crate.
So my question was specific to this route because it's going to the dog walk park. And that's why if somebody in South Canmore, say, for example, wanted to go up and avoid using their vehicle and the whole parking hassle, it might solve some of those parking issues.
And what I'm saying is that currently the policy within Rome is that dogs are not permitted on the bus unless they're service animals. So that would have to be a change that the Rome Commission decides as a group, because that would require special cleaning of those buses based on allergies, etc. So that would be a discussion around the Rome table as to whether they wanted to change the policy carte blanche across the whole service or particular to that route.
Just going to interrupt briefly here. I was booted out briefly as well and logged back in. Just on an operational perspective, if that should happen again, if I get booted out and don't get back in again, Councillor Seeley's deputy mayor, he could take over the proceedings. And I see he's there. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but just in case. I'm going to move on to Councillor Sanford, who has a question.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Is there going to be a delay in the registration process? So when you go to register your license plate as a resident, what is the processing period of that?
I think processing could be relatively quick, but depending on volumes, it could have a delay. So if you wanted to go up to the park, this afternoon, most likely you wouldn't be able to just register this morning and have it approved. And there are hours of operation of the service center in Calgary that might preclude it from being processed too quickly. So we are intending to launch the ability to register for permits a month in advance of paid parking rolling out to allow for campaign around getting people up and registered so that they don't have that delay.
Yeah. I think I noticed on some of the other sites that offered paid parking that they had a 48-hour processing time, just to give people the idea that it does take time to process your registration. So you don't go up to the dog park this afternoon when you registered this morning and expect to be, compliant. So
that's right.
That should be communicated.
I think Councillor McCallum is in line.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Mr. Robertson and Mr. Sardi for your presentation. So could you tell me, I noticed in the report that you did a residential areas within a 500-meter boundary of the Quarry Lake. Was that as the crow flies or was that by road?
I think the way that was done was probably just a snapped radius around the parking area and the
So
park.
as the crow flies, sort
Correct.
of, right, okay. And then, so in terms of how flexible and nimble we can be around changing parts of the program, in particular the RPP program, if we find, say in June or early July, that the snapshot of area within the adjacent neighborhoods is not sufficient to accommodate that neighborhood, would we be able to make that change sooner rather than waiting until the end of the summer to implement it the following year?
We could commit to that.
Okay. And then is the same with pricing?
Yes. Yeah, okay. The pricing won't be advertised on, it'll be real time via the app. So that allows for dynamic pricing. It's at the app and the machine, and those can be updated. I think it's about a week lead time they need. Okay.
And then with our agreement with, and I know that this is moving forward a year and that you're still sort of in the weeds with that, but the agreement with Alberta Parks, I've seen in your report that we're looking at the route would be around $150,000, which we would share, but is there going to be, will the provincial government's agreement be similar to the agreement, say Rome has with Parks Canada, that their contribution includes amortization, wear and tear, contribution to actual expenses on the route, as opposed to just the net cost itself?
I would expect so. We're not at that level of detail. I think that there's still a lot of uncertainty around operating, in particular with Alberta Parks. Capital is a little bit easier for them to look at, as it's not a long-term commitment. So details to be confirmed, but I would expect that we would work with Rome to establish similar agreements.
Yeah, I recollect when we brought Parks Canada on side of the commission that there was that same sort of aversion to long-term commitment to operating, versus it was easier to plunk money at it from a capital perspective. But much of that green trip funding was green trip funding that the town has had, regardless of a partnership with Parks Canada or Alberta Parks for that matter. So although it's great that we take advantage of it, we also have to recognize that there's a long-term commitment to that infrastructure that we're purchasing, and I want to make sure that we have a true partner in this. And then was there any consideration at all in perhaps, actually rewind, I just want to confirm that the RPP program would only run from June to September in the adjacent neighborhoods?
Confirmed. It would be peak season. There's no, it's not expected to be a driver for it in off-peak.
Gotcha. And then
Councillor Comfort has a question.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Oh, it's just a quick one, Mr. Sarte. I'm presuming that the charging facility for the bus would be, that's a new one, I believe. Would that be able to be used for multiple vehicles, and where would it be situated?
We have an approved capital project to refurbish the third bay at the old waste transfer facility for a bus, and if approved, I would incorporate this into the scope there, so the bus could be charged and parked at the same facility. Could it be used for other vehicles? Potentially, but I can't envision now how we would do that conveniently, being that.
Sorry, I meant other buses. I'm sorry.
Other buses. Yes, we could look at that. I think so. If we're retrofitting the building, we would look at that. Yeah, potentially the facility could have 3 electric buses, I think is what you're asking, Councillor Comfort. Yeah, we'll look at that.
Can I just ask you to expand on your answer to Councillor McCallum? So the RPP, proposed RPP and the 2 residential subdivisions would only be in effect for 3 months in the year. Is that what you said?
Yes. Yeah, it would be peak season.
July through September or something?
It could be summer months. I think it's going to just be based on when acute problems are. We haven't fixed the dates yet, but whether it's July, August, or it needs to go from May 15th to after the long weekend, we haven't decided.
Okay, thank you. Councilor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. The report says from June to September.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Sardi, I was just curious, when you were looking at the sort of the map, I know that you just said 500 meters as the crow flies, but I was wondering if you had considered expanding. Actually, let me rewind. I understand the concern around sterilizing residential streets for parking, as that is public space. And we want to make sure that residents have the ability to not be run out of their own neighborhoods when it comes to being able to park on the street. So I respect that. And I respect the approach of not wanting to completely zone the whole neighborhoods as RPP, because I think it has the potential of being an administrative nightmare. But as Mayor Barman has pointed out, people plus social media equals creative. And so I was wondering if there had been any consideration in expanding the RPP area to all of Rendezvous Drive, including Deer Place cul-de-sac, as well as down to the end of Olympic Drive and I can never say it, Mayor Barman, Pendergast?
Pendergast.
Gas,
but that's okay.
That place that I can't say, expanding it to that, because those seem like pretty easy access routes from those cul-de-sacs to Quarry Lake. And yeah, that's my question. Oh, and then also Peaks of Grassy, Lawrence Grassy Ridge to Peaks Drive.
We did talk in detail about where to delineate the boundary and relied on those initial recommendations from Park Plus as to where rule of thumb for setting them, and we've expanded beyond that. And we looked at which streets to cut it off at. So do we go as far as Deer Place? Do we include Deer Place? So there was discussion around that. At the end of the day, we were just using judgment to try to delineate that. If there's a strong desire to expand beyond that, we can. It just needs to be known that not everybody will be happy with that. It may not be. We won't have a way to know if it's needed or not, because and so the way of knowing whether or not it's needed is not to have it in place and then add it if needed. But if you put it in place up front, you get all the administration and you never know if it's needed. So we were trying to balance that.
Yeah.
It wasn't science, it was judgment.
Gotcha. And, to be fair, I think that there's going to be some people that are still unhappy with this change. And as, people want it all, but they don't want to be inconvenienced at the same time. And that's not always the way it's going to roll. It's just, we cannot suck and blow at the same time. So I just am wondering, and I'm going to ask this question again. So should we approve what we see here within these mapped areas, and we find the first hot and sunny weekend that suddenly there's overspill into those other neighborhoods? How quickly will we be able to respond to get a residential parking place system in those streets? And I don't know if you realize this, that council's been actually contacted by members of that neighborhood. So these are people who are on the ground and were deeply inconvenienced last summer by the actions of people up at Quarry Lake. And so they're just responding to the poor experience they had last summer, and they don't want to deal with it again this summer. So we're just basically being responsive to those requests and asking you these questions.
Yeah, and they could be absolutely right. We could go from absence of parking pushing people into neighborhoods to pricing of parking with abundance still pushing people, or perhaps pushing them further. And so they could be absolutely right. And as a way to mitigate that, what we can commit is it's some additional signage, and it's a matter of having communications ready to go for those additional areas, and it'll require some monitoring, which we can commit to in those early days. And I think it would be a relatively quick turnaround to expand that RPP if we observed that there was an acute problem. And again, it's going to be balancing that, because then there might be some people who are unhappy about the RPP expanded, but generally it sounds like people are in favor of it. So if that works for council, we can order some additional signs and be ready to go with an expansion if there's an acute problem that appears.
Okay, thank you very much.
And if that was the approach, how much grief would we be willing to put up with on behalf of residents before expanding it? Would it be 1 week, a month? I mean, I'm certain it's not going to be pretty and throughout those subdivisions. And if council doesn't direct admin to apply the RPP throughout the entire subdivision, I'm certain that we'll be expanding it some point in the summer. So how much grief would you want to see from part of the residents before you say, okay, let's expand it 2 blocks or to the entire subdivision?
Is it I mean, a handful of people who are keen on seeing an RPP can cause a lot of grief, certainly. Again, is it for an acute problem on the street? And so would we tie it to a number of complaints, or would we tie it to an observation that we could go out and see, okay, yeah, we've got the street is filling up beyond the RPP. People have figured it out, and we can see them walking from these areas to Quarry Lake. There's a valid reason for expanding the RPP beyond just a resident desire, because again, it has to be for an acute problem generated by the parking area, not just protecting the parking for locals.
Thank you. And just to reiterate, I think something I said before or asked before. So whatever we move forward with for this year, we would be considering it a trial, and it could be modified by council either midsummer or in the fall, or for that matter, next spring by the next council.
Certainly, and recognizing that this is a important aspect of the program, we will be prepared to be, we'll prepare to be nimble on it.
Great. Is that it? There's no more questions? Oh, there we go. Councillor Sanford.
You jinxed it by saying that. Mr. Asarte, was there some consideration given to encouraging people to turn over the parking spot after 4 hours? For instance, suggesting that people visit downtown or, visit other parts of Canmore so that the 4-hour experience could also be leveraged into something else?
I think inherent in that pricing scheme, you get to choose between a 4, 8, or 12-hour visit. The encouragement is that you pay for each additional increment. And so whereas someone may have come up and spent 6 hours up at the park, I think the pricing is intended to say, okay, 4 hours and then go get an ice cream cone, or go, it's a block of time that's sufficient to fill the park or spend time at the park. But if you're coming out for the day, you're likely going to be doing other activities then. So I think inherent in the pricing, it's there. I haven't, or the team hasn't looked at any marketing that we could do around that, but that's something we could talk to the BIA or Tourism Task Force about if that was seen as something to try to promote. But the pricing itself encourages that turnover and to go visit somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
just to Councillor Sanford, just to further build on that point, I think we would need to be working with our partners, so Tourism Canmore and BIA and others in the community to message this out to visitors, and that would absolutely be part of the message that we work on them with.
Yeah, and is there some potential for the paid parking to push people to other areas like that forebay area where people do the stand-up paddleboarding? Is there some issue about reallocating people in that area?
Yeah, it's, you know, we're dealing to some extent in isolation here. And so this is a day use area under a lot of pressure, and there are a lot of day use areas under pressure. So we are intentionally pushing people to make different choices about how they visit and how often they visit Quarry Lake to free up that space for residents and for visitors, so it's not overflowing. Those people go somewhere. And so we have talked to Alberta Parks about how they're managing Grassy Lakes parking, for example, and whether there's opportunities to expand paid parking up to there, or the Nordic Center, because it's all complementary at the end of the day. And if we can create the same set of incentives and disincentives to choose transportation modes and choose visitation patterns that allow us to have a functional system, the more we can work with partners and collaborate and have a consistent system, the better it'll operate. So yeah, in the short term, this is going to push people to places that maybe we don't want to push them, but we'll start here and then see how it operates and expand from there.
Okay, thank you.
And thanks for bringing that up, Councillor Stanford. I hadn't even thought about the parking problems that are growing associated to the Rundle Forebay and stand-up paddleboard users there. And I know that there's an intent, or I've heard that there's an intent to manage that illegal parking on the secondary highway there. So in the same context, that's going to put increased pressure on the west end of Rundleview subdivision, not associated to the Quarry Lake. But you look at Evergreen Circle, for instance, it's just a quick walk from there to the Rundle Forebay. So I hadn't thought about that. Thank you. Some of you look frozen, but I see people moving, so I guess everybody's still not frozen. Are there any other questions for Mr. Asarte or Mr. Robertson? I don't think there are. I do want to thank you both. It's been a great deal of work to study this and to propose these solutions. I really appreciate all that you're doing in both departments, and for being here to answer all of these questions. That's gone on for quite a while. With that, I'll put a motion on the table. And I'll move that Council direct administration to implement paid parking at Quarry Lake Park as presented. And I will move an amendment to the motion. I'm sorry, I didn't prepare this ahead of time, and so Ms. Hyde doesn't have it in written format. Maybe she could capture it as I speak and share it. But essentially, the amendment is to have the residential parking permit program apply to all of Rundleview and the Peaks of Grassy subdivisions. And in speaking to that amendment, and we've been speaking about it through the presentation, I'm certain, there's not a doubt in my mind, that day visitors will find their way to somewhere that's quick, easy walk to Quarry Lake to park, and perhaps for the whole day. I have certainty that social media will work in a heartbeat, and visitors out of the city will know very quickly that, oh, if you turn into Peaks of Grassy and park, between the Peaks Drive and this point here or in Rundleview, it's only a 5-minute walk over to the Quarry Lake or to Rundle Forebay for that matter, even carrying all of your floaty toys and everything else. And I think it behooves council at this point, recognizing that this is a trial and we don't really know how it's going to play out. But I would rather go to this length and find out that we didn't need it than to not do what I'm suggesting with this amendment, and to have residents through another summer putting up with all the grief that is associated to parking from day visitors that are just simply wanting to use the Quarry Lake. Particularly, I think that issue will be made even worse when visitors from the region learn that there's a parking cost or parking fee to park in the Quarry Lake parking lot, and even more likely to look for free parking somewhere close by. I don't know if Ms. Hyde has been able to capture that motion in a written format.
Yeah, let me just share my screen and you can let me know if I've got it.
Right.
Does that look correct?
Yeah, that's fine. I have the word subdivision, but it doesn't matter. That's inferred. So that's my amending motion, and I'll open the floor for discussion on the amendment. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So this is like an all or nothing approach, and I think I was hoping for something a little bit more moderate. I do agree partially with your assertion that people will find themselves outside of these red lines on the map. But I'm also cognizant of the fact that we will actually never know if we have a problem, because we will have sterilized all parking in those neighborhoods from the get-go, which I will also point out, I don't think we administratively will be able to manage such a large expanse of area in terms of the RPP registration. I guess I was hoping for something more moderate, and so at this point, I don't think I could support your motion as it stands, but I listened to what my other colleagues have to say, and maybe I will amend your amendment. We'll see.
I will speak to your comments, and I'll note that there's nothing moderate about the interest from day visitors to use these recreational areas. And in my opinion, if we thought 2020 was bad, I would expect to see the demand on recreational facilities to be even greater in 2022, 2021, with or without COVID. There's so many people in the city and the region who have discovered Canmore, if you will. It's been here a long time, but this is going to be a growing problem. So I don't think moderation is the right approach to this specific issue. Other councillors speaking to the Councillor Mara?
I'm thinking I'm leaning towards supporting this, just because, as we know what human nature is like, that they will find what they can find for free parking. I only live 2 blocks from Cougar Creek Trailhead, and we this summer experienced people parking on our street and walking. I happened to follow a couple as I was walking the dog, and so they will back up, and there is no parking fee at the trailhead. So, and this will be a higher area of traffic in Rundleview, so I'm leaning towards supporting this.
Councillor Seeley.
Mayor Borman. I'm not willing to support this. I think it might create more problems to start with. That's why I asked what informed where the area is. And Rundleview might be okay, but I think the Peaks of Grassy would, there's lots of parking there and it would create lots of permitting issues. So I'd rather start somewhere, and starting with what administration is proposing is, in my mind, a good starting point.
Councillor Hillstead?
I'm also leaning towards not supporting this at the moment, just because, again, dealing with these types of permit parking programs in the city and having experience there, just the hassles that they actually create. Like, yes, they may free up, but at the same time, if we expand to this amount and we can't enforce it properly, we're still going to have an issue. And then it'll just be a different issue of, oh, we're not enforcing it enough. So I just, at this moment, I don't know if I can support it with the all or nothing method, just as, again, will there be a likelihood that, you know, some of the area will fill up with more parking? Possibly. But at the same time, when I drive through those neighborhoods now, it can be hard to find a parking spot even now. And it's not summer, it's just people park on the street and that's how it is. So when I'm trying to go up into Peaks of Grassy to go do something, most of the time I don't get to park where I would like to. I have to park further down the road and walk to wherever I need to go put my ladder up. So parking's already an issue, and yes, it will get possibly worse in the summertime, but this approach to me it creates a whole new set of headaches. So at this point, I can't support this particular motion.
Councillor Sanford?
Yeah, I'm thinking about this and the impact on all the people who would have to apply for parking permits is another area of concern, because that means everybody in that neighborhood would now have to apply for a parking permit. And, you know, if people are forgetting or they're just not doing it or they're not interested in doing it, you're encumbering all those people to do the same thing. So I think in terms of listening to administration's approach and starting in a more conservative way, and then seeing what the impact is and what the uptake is on the local community to actually register their own vehicles so that they can park on their own streets, and eliminate some of these shortcut problems. I think I won't support this right now.
So just to your point, Councillor, I mean, nobody would have to apply for these permits. That would be a voluntary choice. If you don't want the resident parking permit, you don't have to apply for it. So I'm not too sure how you made that argument.
If you want to park on your own street, you would have to apply for it because your car wouldn't be compliant unless you had the permit. So if you wanted to park in front of your house, you would need a parking permit. That's what I understand.
Yeah. Okay. Further discussion on the amending motion, Councillor Comfort?
I wouldn't support this. I would support the recommendation of administration on this because, well, for all the reasons stated, I think we should see how it goes. I think parking will continue to be a problem, but I don't think this is the solution. It's like, what's that expression about killing a fly with a sledgehammer? So I can't support this motion at any time.
Just on a process point of view, if this amending motion fails, then I don't think it'd be possible to bring a different amendment forward to expand the program further in the subdivisions. The municipal clerk can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
What the procedural bylaw says is you can't bring back pretty much the same motion again. The intent is not to prevent you from bringing forward a motion that's different from this one, but kind of the same because they both apply to subdivisions. You wouldn't be able to bring it back to say Rundle View and Peaks of Grassy again.
Okay,
That
thank
okay?
you. Yeah, Ms. DeSoto, you had an observation?
Yeah, no, just to expand on Ms. Hyde's comments, that arguably if a councillor had tried to amend your motion, you could have seen it as a contrary motion. So anything that would, an amendment to propose a smaller area is a valid motion, I believe, because it would not be similar to this.
Okay, thanks for those clarifications. Further discussion on the amending motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? So the motion is defeated with myself and Councillor Mara in support. And I'm just pausing here in case there's another amending motion. Councillor McCallum.
Mayor Borman, yes, I have an amending motion. I'm just going to send it to Ms. Hyde right now. And basically, sorry, apparently I can't talk and chew gum at the same time. To expand the RPP program down Lawrence Grassy Ridge to Peaks Drive, and expand, and that's in Peaks of Grassy neighborhood, and to expand the Rundle View down Rundle View Drive to the end. That will include Deer Place, and then to the other side of Olympic Drive, which includes Pendacast. You know
Okay,
what
I have this ready to share.
Thank you. And so to speak to my amendment, I think that this sort of addresses the initial concerns of some of these areas that are quite easy to get to Rundle or to Quarry Lake with. I'd note that much of the parking that's on Lawrence Grassy Ridge between where the existing RPP is parameters are proposed to Peaks of Grassy doesn't actually have a lot of on-street parking available as it is right now, but at least it reinforces it to visitors. And those are recommendations that came specifically from the neighborhood. And yeah, so I think this is a great place to start. I think that then we've been assured by administration that they are able to be quite responsive in expanding that if we find the worst to happen, as you have are fearing, your worship. And in the meantime, we can be responsive to those in those particular cul-de-sacs and stretches of road in those neighborhoods.
Just as an observation, Pendergrass is the
thank you.
Prender, so it's Prendergast. Prendergast. I mean, Prendergast. No R after the G.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. So I'll speak in support of this amendment because it goes towards where I was hoping to see the conversation go. The inclusion of everything on Rundle View Drive. I mean, it's still an easy walk from Evergreen Circle along that little trail, but I didn't have my amendment supported. So this goes some distance towards what I was hoping to achieve. Just in curiosity, how would admin interpret the Lawrence Grassy Ridge to Peaks Drive? So it wouldn't include the Wilson Way or that, I can't read the name, but that in between street. So it would only be Lawrence Grassy Ridge to Peaks Drive, or would it include Wilson Way expanded to the Peaks Drive area.
Are you asking me or are you asking?
Yeah,
admin?
it's your motion, so.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I apologize. You said admin. So I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that stretch between Lawrence Grassy Ridge and Wilson Way is already no parking currently.
Along Wilson Way?
I could be wrong, but my recollection is there. If
Okay.
you would like to expand it along that sort of T stretch of street, I could certainly consider that a friendly amendment. Absolutely.
Right. So it seems that your intent is to apply the resident parking permit to everything essentially that's west of Peaks Drive, a line along there.
Understanding that admin has pledged to us that they would be quite responsive. And so if we find that this blows up, then we can certainly expand it. But the only way we're going to know, much like other sort of preventative bylaws we put in place, the actually only way to know if we have a problem is to let the problem happen. And so, and that seems sort of backwards, but it is what it is.
Okay. All right, thanks. So you've accepted that as a friendly amendment.
Sorry, I did not get the friendly amendment.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Hyde, the friendly amendment. Oh my goodness. What's the name of the little street that runs between Lawrence Grassy Ridge and Wilson Way that sort of hooks up to the alley?
There's two. There's Kamanka Green, which is the one on the right hand, or is on the side closer to the quarry. And
Okay.
then there's Shellian Lane, which is on the other end. So if
Former, not the latter.
so,
Thank you, Councillor Hillstad.
So does that mean including Kamanka Green and Shellian Lane?
No, just Kamanka Green, if that is the stretch that's closest to the quarry.
Like this?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And was the friendly amendment included Wilson Way to the same point, more or less?
Yes.
So, and Wilson Way to that intersection that is, Councillor Hillstad, help me with that. What's that intersection?
so the grass basically Green Wilson Way to the intersection. Would it be possible for admin to put the map back up, because then we can trace this out with a pointer online, because I'm getting confused a little bit just as to, I think I know what the intent is, but it'd just be nice to,
Yeah, I think
if we can draw a line out on this, might be a little more clear.
Yeah. So the intent would be Wilson Way to the intersection of Shellian Lane, I guess.
No. So what my intent was, Peaks Drive down Lawrence Grassy Ridge, all the way down around Wilson Way, including Kamanka Green.
Okay.
So a loop and a leg.
All right.
And just the side of Lawrence Grassy Ridge that's closest to the quarry. So not if you came up to from Peaks Drive and you went to the right, but not the stuff to the left. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I mean, so that's the, could we see the motion again?
Yes, you can. So I took out the Wilson Way piece, is that correct?
Sorry, no, Wilson Way is included in that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't see that with the cursor going around.
Sorry, here. Is this helpful? Can anybody see this? Hello. So all of this included in the red, all the way down to Wilson Way, sorry, all the way to Kamanka Green and up, and then Lawrence Grassy Ridge to Peaks Drive.
Is the administration clear on that?
I'm just wondering if Andy could let us know if he is good with this motion.
Right.
Yep, clear for me.
Okay, thank you very much. So amendments on the table. I've indicated I would support this amendment. Councillor Hillstead.
I think I can support this one. Again, it takes into account the areas of that I think will be of dire concern, and then we'll be able to see if the other areas throughout do need expanding. Again, just the all or nothing was a little much for me, so I can support this one just because it's a more phased approach, and we'll actually get to see the results and if we do need to go further into these neighborhoods. So I can support this.
Councillor Seeley.
I won't be able to support this. I like the changes in Rundle, but in Grassy, I think it's going to be problematic. So,
is there more discussion on the amending motion? So I'll call the question on the amending motion that's showing on the shared screen. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion's carried with Councillor Seeley in opposition. And I believe that brings us back to the main motion as amended, which is to direct admin to implement paid parking at Quarry Lake Park as presented and now as amended. Further discussion on the main motion as amended. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So although this has seemed a little messy as we've been working through this, I really appreciate administration bringing this complex approach back to council to decide. I know that the piece around the bus and the route up there has not been hammered out yet, but I believe that it's a great possibility for a solution to deal with a few problem areas in Canmore and outside of our boundaries in the ID. Also a great partnership if it works out as well. We saw last.
I think you're speaking to the next motion.
What are we talking about? Oh,
we're just talking about the first motion, paid parking.
Oh yeah, okay. So appreciate admin bringing the paid parking piece forward. I think that we were able to really respond to locals' concerns around local access to Quarry Lake and how that might affect them financially. And so we have a real opportunity to try this residential parking program out and take it out for a spin. And so I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Stanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I too am happy to support the paid parking initiative for Quarry Lake. I know that administration's put a lot of work into designing something that will meet the needs of residents and also manage some of the out-of-town visitors. And, you know, I think that out-of-town visitors could be receptive to paid parking if they knew that their parking fees were going to be used to manage the infrastructure that is being heavily impacted by visitation. And I know that it's very convenient to park at Quarry Lake and drag your huge load of things down to the lake shore and spend the afternoon and really enjoy the mountain environment. So I think the convenience that we're offering people for a small parking fee will offset some of the concern that people have about paying for parking. So I hope that people do understand that paying for parking is a significant aspect of this, and it's a significant aspect of our residential enjoyment and our visitor enjoyment. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this works, because I knew we had a big problem last summer, and I thank administration for coming back with a comprehensive plan. So I will support it.
I'll speak in support as well, and echo much of what the other councillors have said. This has been a huge piece of work that we've asked admin to address, and And admin has addressed it in spades. They've done a fabulous job of bringing recommendations forward to council. The clearly what happened last year at Quarry Lake was not sustainable. So I think in recognizing that we have to do something, I think this proposal for paid parking at Quarry Lake is it's not only the only thing we can. Not only do we have to do this, but I think it's in the long term going to be seen to really benefit the community as well as our visitors. And some of the revenues that we will generate through paid parking will go to the increased costs that are associated to managing the Quarry Lake Park in these as times get busier, because it's not going to stop when COVID stops, that increased visitation to Quarry Lake. So there's a number of reasons why I'm happy to support this motion and will. Councillor Hillstead.
I will also be supporting this motion. I like how we were able to use the My Canmore portal to really get a lot of feedback on this. And from the first proposal that was out there on the My Canmore app, like just the changes that were made, I think are good and important changes. And I think it'll definitely help with having the resident passes, so people wanting to walk their dogs and stuff can still go up there and not worrying about 6 little parking spots to try and fight over. So I think from where we started to where we've come is it's quite good. So I'm happy to support this.
Other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor and opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'll then move the council approve a new 2021 capital project for $1,160,000 to plan a seasonal transit route to Quarry Lake, the Nordic Centre, and Grassy Lakes in collaboration with Alberta Parks to begin operation in 2022, including the purchase of a new bus and construction of 4 new bus stops to be funded as follows. Through provincial grants, $885,000, and through the town's general capital reserve, $275,000. And I'll speak in support of this motion. This sort of transit opportunity was always part of our bigger vision when we started local and regional transit, knowing that our entire valley is going to become increasingly congested on our roads. We have to do everything we can to use public transit to reduce the congestion and issues associated to increased use and also the greenhouse gas emissions that are associated to that. And I'm particularly happy that Alberta Parks is at the table working with the town of Canmore to find these solutions, because we know and they know that a big part of the issue is associated to their facilities up the Spray Lakes Road above Quarry Lake. And knowing that the Alberta government has said for some time that they intend to increase tourism revenues in the province to $20 billion, and knowing that the brunt of that will only be successful if we're successful in the Bow Valley, would suggest that the provincial government has to recognize their obligation to work with the town of Canmore to find solutions and help fund those solutions. So for those reasons and others, I'm happy to support this motion. Councillor Comfort. Can't hear you. She's good. She's supporting. Councillor Seeley.
Thanks, Mayor Borman. I'm happy to support this motion. I think it's an important step to manage our tourism and popular places. It'll lead to better enjoyment by our visitors and our residents. But I'm happy to support this. A lot of vehicles go up there, so this transit route hopefully will alleviate a lot of that congestion.
Councillor Sanford, talk slowly. We'll give Councillor Comfort a chance to rejoin.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I'm sure she can handle it. I am supportive of this, and especially in regards to having the opportunity to get a demo bus at a reduced cost. Having that option to use Green Trip funding before it expires is also a good incentive for us to do such a thing. And as you mentioned, reducing GHGs is a significant aspect of getting electric vehicles on the road. And also exploring the partnerships with Alberta Parks, I think is a good initiative to involve ourselves with now, because we know that a lot of activities that radiate out of Canmore are to our neighboring provincial parks. And Rome has been quite successful in partnering with the National Park Services. And I think bringing Alberta Parks into the fold with our connections here in Canmore is very beneficial. So I'll be happy to support this.
Councillor Comfort, you're showing up on the screen again. You have full contact?
Our audio is still not connecting. The mic next to our name isn't showing. So.
Okay. To further discussion from other members of council? Councillor McCallum, you had your hand up, I think. It was sort of tentative.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. I now get to talk to the second recommendation that I was started off already, and I see a lot of my colleagues saw the strength in my opening arguments. So understanding that this agreement with Alberta Parks is still in its infancy and that admin is in the weeds with this right now, I think, again, this is a great partnership. It is a natural progression of where we need our transit to go. I know that Alberta Parks has been considering this for a couple of years now, so it's great that they're actually moving forward in discussion with Rome and in particular the town of Canmore. Indeed, being able to acquire an electric bus at such a discount is a real gift, and allows us to use up some of our Green Trip funding before it expires. Based on COVID, the chugging along plans that we had as a partner in Rome didn't actually go as far as we wanted to. We weren't able to purchase what we wanted and use up our Green Trip funding. So this is one way to do so. So I'll be happy to support this recommendation, Your Worship.
Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. I'm sure Councillor Comfort is here in spirit. Maybe even listening. Now the agenda, sort of a quandary now. We don't have very much business left. It might be half an hour or 40 minutes, I don't know. We could take a 10-minute break now and reassemble quickly and finish the council meeting presumably before 2, or we could take an hour's break now and come back I prefer the former, the short break and finish the business. Everybody's good with that? Okay, that's what we'll do, and I'll hope that Councillor Comfort will be able to rejoin us in 10 minutes. So it's call it 1. So we'll reconvene at 10 past 1.
Hey, Sarah, are you there?
It appears as though we're live. I think we've got one more minute, but is everybody here? Looks like everybody's here, so.
Can you hear me now?
Who
It's
said
Esme.
that?
Esme.
Yes,
Yay, I'm on my phone, so.
We can hear you and see you.
Oh, no.
I'll call the meeting back to order and we'll turn to item H4, the TIP 20 land expropriation. Ms. Blaze.
Good afternoon. I'm just going to share my screen. Hopefully it'll work. Is this working?
Yes, we can see your next slide as well, but
okay.
We can.
I'll see if I can swap. Like, does that work? No.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay. Excellent. I'm here today to talk about the TIP 20 land expropriation, and specifically to ask that council approve the expropriation of 65.8 square meters of Lot 2 Plan 9610613, southwest quarter of Section 33, Township 24, Range 10, West 5 Meridian, for the purpose of constructing municipal infrastructure as shown in the attached certificate of approval that you would have had with the report. And to show you where the land is, and this is the plan that is attached to the certificate of approval that we need council to approve for us to move forward with this motion. Just gonna show you, like, so the need for the land. You can see here you've got the design that we've got for the TIP 20 surface works project. So throughout the evolution of the design, we recognized at some point that we needed to add an extra right turn bay around the railway, by railway and Bow Valley, around the location of 606 Bow Valley Trail, or more commonly known as the A&W site.
This was as a result of issues with traffic data that suggested that we have long queuing time, and also feedback from stakeholders such as Rome, who are struggling with staying on time behind as they get stuck behind on railway where traffic wants to go in the through lane, and we can't have the flow that we need. So we also are dealing at this intersection with constraints, the proximity to the railway, the CP track that are just behind where you see the design here. And also we needed to make sure we align with the overpass over the Trans-Canada Highway. So looking at all those considerations and trying to minimize the impact of land that we would have to take, we ended up on the design that you're seeing right now. So you see in black here is the sidewalk that we will build, the bike path, and then the grayish area that goes into that area where we need to expropriate would be the sidewalk that we will be adding if this goes forward. So this is the request for the land. We engaged with the landowner as soon as we realized we needed to get this extra piece of land. And we at first wanted to discuss an easement on the land, and we were unsuccessful in our negotiation with the landowner. So this pushed us into discussion with legal counsel, and we ended up proceeding with expropriation, which we served notice to the owner in October 2020. So the way the process works is we provided them with a notice of intention to expropriate. It was also posted in the local newspaper. We then received a notice of objection from the owner in November 2020, which was subsequently withdrawn in December. Which pushed us to the next step in the process, which is the certificate of approval that we're requesting today for you, like if you approve this, this motion. Next step following that, we would go through, serve a notice of expropriation, and then a notice of possession that would establish the day we can actually go on the land to be able to build. And then we would also, through this process, we have 90 days to provide the owners with a notice of proposed payment that would be based on an appraisal, an independent appraisal of the land. And then we would serve that to the owner. Should the owners feel that it was not, they wanted to object, they can bring this matter to the Land Compensation Board, and this is where ultimately it would be finalized, the process would be finalized. And so we are now today in the certificate of approval section. So this gets to my recommendation, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much for that very brief presentation. I know the project has been the opposite of brief. It's been around for a very long time. It's good to note that the notice of objection was withdrawn. And so we're proceeding at this point without objections.
That's right.
Right. Are there questions at this time for admin from members of council? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. So just to be clear, the objection was withdrawn, and we're not actually proceeding with expropriation now. Is that correct?
No, we are proceeding with expropriation. It's just we're following the process that we started. They could have not, like if they did not in the first place put an objection, we would have gone through the same process. We need council as the authority, the approving authority in a matter of expropriation. So we are proceeding with expropriation. So we will acquire the land to be able to build our facility through this process. But the owners have withdrawn their notice of objection. If they didn't do that, we would have gone through an inquiry And to make our case, the inquiry officer would have made a recommendation to council, but ultimately you're the body that needs to make a decision on matters of land expropriation.
So there was a negotiated agreement, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But we're still going through the process because.
Yes.
The process.
Because we're acquiring the land, we're not getting an easement.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Further discussion from members of council? Other questions? Councillor Comfort, you're not muted, just in case you want to know that. Great, I have no questions, Ms. Blaze, and I appreciate the brief report. It certainly, as I mentioned earlier, it's been a long issue, and it'll be good to be able to move to bring closure to this part of TIP 20.
Yes.
So thank you for being at council today to present your request. And with that, I will move the council approve the expropriation of 65.8 square meters of Lot 2, Plan 9610613, Southwest Quarter Section 33, Township 24, Range 10, west of the 5th Meridian, for the purpose of constructing municipal infrastructure as shown in the attached certificate of approval. And I will support and speak in support of this motion. I believe that the addition of the right turn lane at that intersection was a critical change. I mean, we'll see a much more effective intersection there, much more functional intersection because of that. And I appreciate that administration worked through a very complicated and difficult process with the landowner to get us to this point. So yeah, I'm happy to support this motion. Other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor and opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. We'll move on then to item H6, which is the last item on our agenda. And that's Canmore Library and Marigold Library Board appointment. Ms. Hyde, you're speaking to this.
Thank you. Let me just plug in my headset. Sorry, I wasn't prepared. Thank you. I don't really have a presentation on this matter. This request was received from the library. They had a person resign, so they'd like to have a new person appointed. That the appointment came from applications that were received when we did the advertising for the annual organizational meeting. I believe they've already reached out to this person that they're recommending, and she has confirmed that she's able to be on the board. And then the other piece is the library had pulled a recommendation at your last council meeting for a alternative for the Marigold Library Board, and the new appointee has agreed to also take that on. So we're just looking for council ratification of the library's recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any questions at all? No questions. Councillor Mara, did you feel you wanted to speak to this issue?
Yes, I will. I fully support appointing Donna Ballman to the board. She's attended a couple of our meetings already, and she will be a great asset to our board. So I fully support.
Thank you. There's no further discussion. Put motion on the table that council appoint Donna Ballman to the Canmore Library Board and as the alternative representative on the Marigold Library Board for a term ending at the October 22nd, 2022 annual organizational meeting. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried unanimously. And with that, I will move the council be adjourned. Those in favor? And we're adjourned.